Dragons and Men is a Christian anthology, a collection of 7 literary works I have carefully written. In this small yet painful book, I hope to challenge you and comfort you. I hope to challenge you to see your own sin and how it might be hurting those around you. I hope to comfort you if you are being hurt by another's sin. I hope to turn your heart, whether hurting or broken, upwards, to behold your God, your Christ, the true dragon slayer. This book is mostly inspired by true events, or at the very least true pain, both mine and those I know. Some of these writings might hit close to home. Some might seem like distant memories. Others may just cause you to do something that I did countless times while writing this book, to weep. I have published it at cost because I want you to read this. Consider getting yourself a copy and one to pass on to a friend, perhaps someone who is suffering, perhaps someone who is causing suffering. There are dragons all around us, and some of us may have become one. Whatever the outcome, humbly, it is my honor to introduce to you my latest book of Dragons and Men. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. He that goeth forth and weepeth, bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalm 126, 5-6.
The insatiable appetites of dragons and men. I wish to dedicate the following tale to anyone who loves someone who loves a dragon. Long ago, in a small village by the sea, lived a young man who toiled much under the sun and upon the great waves of the deep. In his years of working, he had never seemed to find exceeding fortune, but he always had enough for himself and his family. That was soon to change. One day, while fishing in the deep, he came upon an island cave. Already his catch was great, and he had many hours to spare before he was expected home. A great curiosity filled him when he saw that lonely rock, so he came to the island and explored the dark cavern that rose from the sea. Water floored the darkness of the cave, for the tides were high. Soon, rock was all that was around him, yet he continued exploring. Near the back of that dark home, he found something of great wonder. It was strange to see, for he could scarcely see anything at all. But the thing had a glow to it, guiding him through the darkness. Alas, he came to it, and as his eyes changed with its faint light, he could perceive what was before him. It was an egg the size of a small child, not smooth like a serpent's, nor spotted like a thrush's, but rigid and black, like charcoal in the ashes of a weary fire. Veins of light could be seen through thinner parts of the shell. The light itself was being near the likeness of a flame, and while he had never seen such a thing, he knew what this was. Oh yes, stories do not lie, nor are they for lack of telling what this thing was, a dragon's egg. But the stories say dragons and men are not friends, and he believed this. Dragons lived elsewhere, far, far elsewhere. For when dragons of land and air came to towns or castles, they were hunted and killed and eaten for their great stores of meat. When the dragons of the deep were sighted, they were slain also for fear of their size. So most dragons, whether of land, sky, or sea, retreated to hidden homes far away from men. And if ever men went venturing toward those hidden homes, they were eaten, burned, or drowned in the depths, for dragons and men are not friends. But this young man, this well-fed fisher, he heeded not those old tales. he was filled with desire for this egg, desire to take it and to hold it, to possibly see what it would become, to watch a dragon hatch. Oh, how marvelous that would surely be. So he took the beautiful egg home, thinking he would return it, or rather the thing that came out of it, once the hatching had happened. He did not tell his family, but kept it safely hidden in his quarters. He gazed at it night after night, petting it like an animal, and speaking to it like a dear friend. He began to love the egg and dream of what it might become. And soon, the egg began to swell. Something within it began to move, and before long, the thing would hatch. He was sure to sneak the thing outside his home, and he determined to continue to nurture the egg until it was hatched, only to see what was inside. Just to see. That is all he wanted then. He camped outside the outskirts of his village, hidden in the forest, watching and touching his precious egg. At last, it hatched. The beginnings were great. Such joy it brought him to see this wonderful conception come forth. The first patch of the shell fell to the ground, then another, and as the egg hatched, he came close and tried to look within, just to peek at the coming dragon, but he could not see inside, only blackness. He slightly remembered the tales of old and of dragons and men, so he reared his head backward, just in time too, for from the place where that window was made in that black shell soon came forth a little head. It was black and scaled, like that of a serpent or a crocodile. But this was a dragon's head, a baby dragon. Soon the hatching was complete, and the rest of the body was nigh. The young man took such pleasure in watching the hatching. First that little head, then the neck, then the legs stuck through, and then wings broke the rest. Finally, a long spiked tail unfolded from the creature's snake-like body, and it was complete. It was born. A dragon. His dragon. His dragon? Oh yes. By then the young man could not think to depart from it, and to leave it alone or return it to the island. No, he wanted it, and the dragon wanted him. The little thing crawled up and wrapped itself affectionately around him. It was warm and sweet, and looked up at the young man with gleaming red eyes. It remembered his nurturing voice, his gentle touch from before it was born, and now that it had come into the world, it knew the man, and the man knew it. The two were companions, and a great friendship was beginning, or merely being continued. The young man knew he could not stay at his camp, nor could he return home where other eyes would see his little treasure. So he left his village, he left his trade, he left his family. In the process of time, he abandoned everything he once knew out of love for this dragon. A fishing village would never accept his new friend. His family would never allow such a thing in their home. But he loved this little dragon, so he would be banished right with it. And he loved it enough, and wanted it secret enough, that he dared not even have the conversation with his family. Perhaps they would not just reject him and his dragon. Perhaps they would take it from him. But it was his dragon, his precious dragon. He did not want it taken, and he did not want it found out. So he traveled. For years and years he wandered with his dragon. His dragon grew in size and cunning, and the young man watched him with wonder. But oh, did he ever have to feed this little dragon. And first it ate the fruit and fish that the man brought in. The man was a fisherman, after all, and he loved that the dragon would daily feast on his catches. The man loved that he could provide for such a dragon. What a thing, he thought to himself. What a precious thing. Before long, the dragon's feeding was routine. At first, it was just in the mornings. The little thing was very hungry whenever it woke. But soon, as the dragon grew up and increased in size, it felt hunger before the night and eventually during the day, so that the man worked tirelessly, to provide enough food for the dragon. He loved feeding it, but it was tiring, and he began to worry if he did not feed it, the dragon would leave him. You see, the dragon had begun to stretch its wings more and more, and had begun flying during the first year. But it never flew away. It only flew in sight of the man, and the man kept his sight keenly on his dragon whenever it was in the air. He did not like to think that the dragon could go anywhere and be with anyone. This was his dragon after all, and he did not wish to share it or be without it. So he fed it much as it wanted, in hopes to satisfy his dragon and to keep his dragon. Alas, after years of wandering and living alone with his dragon, the man sat still one afternoon. He had not caught any fish that day. The land he was in was green, but it was only speckled with little lakes, which were poorly stocked by narrow streams that flowed from afar. The bushes did not have berries, and the trees did not have fruit. He sat worried for his poverty and his hungry dragon, who would soon wake from a slumber. But then, to his relief, he had a thought that would save him. The land was a pasture land, and shepherds' sheep wandered the area. A sheep. Oh, how his dragon would love a sheep. A celebration, celebrating his dragon's birthday, or their anniversary, or something. Of course, the man did not know when his dragon's birthday was, or when he had found it all those long years ago. For feeding that dragon and taking pleasure in watching it grow and knowing that he, the young man, was the only man with such a precious little dragon, such things consumed his thoughts. So, he had lost track of counting the days and the years. And of course, this was no little dragon anymore. No, it had outgrown him. It was like a snake the size of a horse, winged with great wings like that of a bat and adorned with scales. It was beautiful to him. He had nurtured it, grown it, and loved it. This was his dragon, and his dragon would feast on mutton that night. And they did, the two of them. He had taken a sheep from a herd in the area, thinking little of being a thief, and had brought it to the dragon. It was quite the bloody affair watching his dragon eat that woolly birthday present. But the young man even shared in the meal too, eating from the remains of the corpse. This, however, turned the appetite of the dragon, for it had been raised on fish and fruit. Mutton was much, much better and tastier. So, the dragon refused to eat the old things that the man had brought him. Even when they left that country and came to the sea again, the dragon looked away from any fish brought and wanted only stolen sheep or hunted deer or things of that sort. Well, feeding the dragon now was even more difficult than before because of its selective appetite. At last, for want of its preferred provisions and for the man's failure to provide such with regularity, the dragon left him. His precious dragon flew up into the air and disappeared into the clouds without so much as looking back. It was a very sorrowful time for the man, but he could no longer satisfy his dragon's want. So while he was sad to no longer have his dragon, after a few weeks he stopped missing it. Suddenly he had more day and more night. He slept longer and ate more and worked less and had time for much thinking and doing. Soon, he longed to see his family again, to fish in the ocean back near his home village, to live the life he once lived, a life before he had found that dragon. Yet he remembered well how much he had desired that precious egg and how much he had loved it. And now he looked back on such desire and love, knowing what he knew. After all those years, having a dragon was a great deal of toil. Even so, he had not felt lonely with his dragon. Yet now he felt lonely. Eventually, he came to laugh at himself, remembering the old proverbs and parables. Dragons and men are not friends. He then understood why. But after nearly a month, and having begun his long journey home, he heard the flapping of great wings above his head. It was distant and faint, far up in the sky, and he heard a screech and a roar, unlike the sound of any common bird or beast. This was a dragon, his dragon. His heart leapt for joy in his chest. His mouth opened with a smile of happiness and fear all at once as he strained to look. There it was, coming through the dark clouds above, black scales and red eyes, coming down quickly to him. His dragon! Seeing it again brought him emptiness and fullness all at once. Oh, he had missed his dragon. How beautiful was his dragon now to him, having gone without for many weeks. He waited for his dragon to land near him, and then he ran toward it, without fear of its great size, for it had grown in strength and stature in the last month. The man came to it and jumped into a winged embrace. He kissed its neck and filled himself with the shadow of love that it had once provided him, a love that had left him when the dragon left, but had returned when the dragon returned. He felt this was true love, for it was the strongest love he had ever felt for anything or anyone, or at least it was the strongest love he could remember feeling for anything or anyone. Soon the trouble came to him as had before. After a few months of delighting in his dragon's presence, he was weary for all the work it was to feed it. The dragon had grown to feed itself, yes, but it always wanted more from the man, preferring what the man brought, so long as it was what the dragon wanted. And it was in those days that an idea came to the man, a great idea. You see, he was excellent at fishing, so he had settled by the sea and begun fishing again when the dragon returned. He would sell the fish at the market so he could buy choice food for his dragon. But the dragon kept eating more and more, and he could not bring in enough fish to buy enough to satisfy his dear dragon. Of course, the dragon would fly into the countryside and steal away livestock. But again, the dragon liked being fed by the man best, and the man liked it that way too. For whenever the dragon flew away to feed, he wondered if it would come back. So the idea that came to the man was a venture. It was to display his wonderful dragon to the world, to use his dragon to earn money. He could charge locals many coins to see the dragon fly and hear the dragon scream and watch as he embraced the dragon without any fear. This would surely provide enough money to buy his dragon whatever food it wanted, whenever it wanted it. This would surely satisfy his dragon. And of course, the dragon would no longer be a secret. You see, even in all his long years of wandering alone with his dragon, the man had never spoke of it, nor shown it to anyone. But then, thinking what good it would do him, he wanted the world to know, to behold this great and beautiful dragon, his dragon. So, he began the plans and explained it to the dragon. It seemed interested in the idea. At first, the man and his dragon would present themselves to nearby villages, and as they perfected their act, they would return home to the young man's old fishing village. Then he would finally show his family his dragon. The thought of it filled him with angst. Even with such a large and glorious dragon, even with the great wealth he would surely earn, even with all that, perhaps his family would still reject him and his dragon, simply because of old tales. Tales that say dragons and men are not friends, which the man no longer believed. But that was a future revealing. For now, he had only to display his beloved dragon to strangers. With that, he began telling people about his grand idea. The dragon stayed back by a great heap of rock in the hillside, while the man went into the nearby village to advertise his great dragon show. Some were interested, some were not. But one man stood out more than the rest. He was older than the friend of the dragon and spoke a word of caution to the man. He explained that dragons and men are not friends, and that keeping a dragon so close was dangerous. He told the man to abandon his dragon, to return to his family, to return to manhood, to shun every thought of the dragon henceforth for his own sake. But the young man laughed and jeered at such a suggestion, for he loved his dragon, and his dragon loved him. The old man pressed him, trying to convince the young man of the dangers of dragons. But the young man grew angry and nearly beat the stranger. He could have killed him, he was so angry. This is how he feared his family would react to his beloved dragon. Alas, the young man, the friend of the dragon, finished his telling of all who would hear and returned to his dragon's stead to begin preparing for their grand display. Well, when the time came, the dragon show was very successful. A great deal of villagers came and saw the man's grand dragon on display. It flew in the air, ate a sheep whole, breathed forth great tongues of fire, and let the man sit on its back. People cheered, people screamed, and people loved seeing a real live dragon. And the man boasted and gloried in knowing that all those people knew this was his dragon. Before the day was done, the man and his dragon had made a great deal of money, and by the evening the dragon was very hungry. So the man cheered and promised the dragon he would go into the village to buy a fair cut of meat for them to feast on that night. But his dragon looked unhappy and discontent. It stared at the man with plain and serious eyes. The dragon had eaten enough mutton for the day. The dragon wanted something new. The dragon wanted to taste the flesh of a human. The man seemed to recognize this gaze, though he had not seen it before. He suddenly remembered all the dragon tales of old and the many warnings that dragons and men are not friends. But he loved his dragon too much to think the worst of it. This was his dragon after all. But his dragon's gaze was unmoved. It was hungry for new flesh. What was he to do? Perhaps he could bring for it a human. Maybe not a strong one, but a weak one. One that would not be missed. One that was pitiful and lowly, and would be easy to draw away. As if understanding the man's thoughts, for the two had bonded together greatly over their long years, loving one another, the dragon stepped forward with an open mouth, longingly dripping with saliva. Suddenly, fear came into the heart of the man, realizing that perhaps he was that pitiful man. Perhaps he was weak enough to be overtaken. Perhaps he could be eaten and not missed. So, in a fit of madness and fright, he turned and ran. The dragon screeched and nearly laughed as it flew upwards. The hunt was on. The man thought to go to the road, but it was too exposed with little cover. He ran as fast as he could possibly run, coming upon a small strip of forestry. He was then safe there for a moment, but not long, and he knew it. He then thought of the old man from the village who had warned him. He had spoken of so many other things that the man did not comprehend at the time, things of hope and great wonder, and the man had it in mind to flee toward that village, to find that man and to ask him, no, to beg him for help from this trouble. But pride swelled in his heart, and he refused to flee that way. This was his dragon after all, and perhaps he could outrun it, or find an offering for it before it found him. So he fled from the forest and to the rocky hills, and he kept avoiding paths, for he thought his dragon would see and find him on those. But he kept an eye on them as he ran, for if he saw some lonely traveler, perhaps he could spring upon them and gift them to his hungry dragon. Yet even in the hills, and in the mist that poured over the northern mountains, his dragon soon spotted him from above. The young man heard that dreadful screech and the flapping of those great wings. He wondered what the dragon's coming meant. His long night of fleeing had made him unconvinced if the dragon would eat him or not. He still loved his dragon, and thought the dragon would surely love him. He knew he could not escape its arrival, but he ran all the same, hoping to get away from his dragon, for the uncertainty filled him with an increasingly dreadful fear. But he could not escape. His dragon found him and came to him, landing in front of him with red eyes gleaming. The man stopped and looked at his dragon, and realized then he could never get away from his dragon. He had desired it when it was but conceived, and had nurtured it with love. Then, when it was born, against his own thoughts, because of his insatiable appetite for his secret dragon, he fed it endlessly and loved it more increasingly. And now that it was full grown, the dragon was inescapable, and it proved to have an insatiable appetite for consuming greater and greater prey, and thus confirming the young man's wonder. Yet still, to his great surprise, the dragon came nearer and ate him. What? What did you expect was going to happen? Dragons and men are not friends. Then, when desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is full grown, brings forth death. James 1:15. I wrote this story with a scripture verse, James 1:15, in mind. Listen to this tale again, but for every time the dragon is mentioned, imagine and realize it to be a man's sin. You see, I know men and I know dragons. The common thing said in this tale is that dragons and men are not friends. But I have now known many of the race of man who have befriended dragons. In fact, men and women who have done exactly what this young man did, leave family and life for their dragon, for their sin. It is a gross thing to consider abandoning the wealth of God's institutions, monogamy, parenthood, brotherhood, etc., merely to satiate one's own lusts. But the truth of that matter, and thus the very title of this tale, is that a man's lusts are never satiated, nor is his sin. The sin he so secretly loves will want him more and continue consuming his heart, his time, his wallet, until the only thing left for his sin to consume is himself. Did you catch what kept the man from falling on his knees before that old man, that evangelist in the village? It was his pride. The dragon was his sin, and he thought he could trust it, or at least deal with it himself. Sin is insatiable. It must be killed, and it can only be killed through humbly coming to the one capable of killing it, Christ. And those who are Christ's have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. Galatians 5:24. To a dragon. For all those, not excluding myself, who have, and perhaps even are, a dragon. Grand, scaling, towering, heinous beast. Oh, what fury is in thy breast. I plead thee away hastily. Take thine fires in flight. I'd be dead if thee stayed with me, with thy murderous light. Together we've spoiled my dominion. broken God and man's sacred union. That now makes thee mine ill champion, which maketh me startle at thee, O dreaded fiery companion, seemingly immortal. I know always life thou seekest to theft, but what else, ill beast, thou art indeed death. Satisfied with never a thing to leave, is thou daily request. In God's blessings thou art damned if I believe. Alas, thou take my best. Thine grand home, wherever it be too small, for thine dark wings spread the fruit of mine fall. Yet what have I to build a house, O hell? My heart be the only thing, for wherein or what would thee rather dwell, and keep thy frame growing. Are not the fields white for harvesting? Why then stay with a young man in spring? Thou hast deceived me with thine sweet youth, mine fault taking thee in. What wretch, I see now the cruel truth, thou nigh art now mine sin. Yea, I know from whence thee has come. I have heard of thine devilish fame. Shan't I cast thee out for thine trouble? But thine house and thine home, although thou shalt soon make me rubble, is yet mine heart, mine own. But dragon, I wish we were apart. I fear that all mine future thou art. The worst laid things of dragons and men be often not so shy. These leave us nothing but grief and pain, and bring hell ever nigh. Oh, thou art cursed, ever deceiving me. The present is the only care of thee. If only backward I would remember my hero's cross, bringing grace near, and forward I gaze, yea, past thine embers. By God's grace, no guessing, nor fear. Of Dragons and Men felt like an appropriate title for my most recent book. After all, we dialogue on such things all throughout in every tale: death, sorrow, pain, all symptoms of the relationship between men and dragons, between men and sin. However, the title is without a doubt a reminder of another book, written long before this one, of Mice and Men, which covers other themes we men wrestle with. Yet even that story was named after a line in the famous 1785 Robert Burns poem, To a Mouse. This poem is merely an after-poem of the one Burns penned over 200 years ago. I matched the rhyming pattern and borrowed the concept of each stanza, only with a clear content change, for Burns's poem was one of pity for a lesser thing, and envy for its simplicity. Yet mine is one of dread for a greater thing, and horror for its seeming immortality. Indeed, as the tale goes, Burns's poem was written after he had disturbed the home of a lowly mouse. How fitting is it to borrow that poem's heart, yet translate it into the theme of the book's foremost title, The Insatiable Appetites of Dragons and Men, where a young man disturbs the home of an unborn dragon. Thus, this is a companion poem to that story. For while Burns contemplated that poor mouse's fate, you and I know well to what end our dragon will bring us. Alas, this poem is truly one opposite to the simple innocence and congeniality put forth in Burns's To a Mouse. To a Dragon is a rather different plea. Sin. Sin is a great and undefeatable dragon, and its very end, its fruit and child, is a great and undefeatable enemy called death. The two are intertwined, for death cannot exist without sin. Indeed, Scripture teaches us sin begot death. But Christ is the dragon slayer. When he came, he did what no man before or after him, that includes you and I, could do. When we say Christ lived a sinless life, we often don't ponder the depth of what that means. When he was confronted with the opportunity to lie, he spoke truth every time. When he was confronted with the opportunity to manipulate a loved one in order to satisfy some perceived need, he chose the selfless path, esteeming the other, whomever it was, higher than himself. When he could have slew countless, he saved countless. When he could have cursed, he blessed. He could have picked up that stone and cast it at the adulterous woman again and again and again. He could have shunned the lepers and drove them away with a righteous zeal to preserve his purity. But he did not. He bore their shame on the cross and healed them of their diseases. You and I, we are the harlot and the leper. And yet Christ, the perfect and most beautiful man, while he did not commit our sin, became our sin. He hung on the cross like a sinner deserves, and he did it to slay a dragon, to nail our sin to a cross, to die, so that we could share in his glory, his beauty, so that he can and will and does present us blameless and spotless, a beautiful bride. Sin was defeated, and its power killed upon the cross of Christ. But death still lives on, and we live in his shadow. Yet one day, when the trumpet sounds and the Lord descends from heaven with a shout of victory, death will be defeated. Alas, while we live in the shadow of death, we do not fear, for we know death's end, and we know ours. So I felt it a needful thing to include this short poem in my new anthology, a book called Of Dragons and Men, to further contemplate the undesirable nature of sin and yet its irresistibility. And I have learned that even if dead and crucified, men still plant sin seeds and nurture them, hoping to raise it from the dead. Men forgiven even entertain dragons. Men who profess to be humble farmers and fishermen turn out to be dragons themselves who tear at flesh and consume joy. But I would argue a man who wishes his sin weren't dead, who wishes his sin weren't nailed to the cross and put on Christ, that man's sin never was dead, never was put on Christ. Alas, such a man deceives himself and is miserable in all fronts. He is miserable, for he thinks he is a Christian, yet he loves his sin. Alas, he is a sinner, and hates Christ, but knows it not. I should think such men are to be pitied above all. These are the many painful contemplations I have of dragons and men, yet I dare not ponder a world wherein my dragon slayer does not live. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. the darkest night. I would like to dedicate this tale to anyone gazing upward and wondering why. One day, a papa and his youngest son were walking amidst beauty. They lived in a thick jungle, a lush garden. The tall trees were planted in all directions from their home, and every tree was covered in a blanket of green moss. So no matter where they looked, they were surrounded by the beautiful, natural color of green. And although there were many, many trees, they did not feel like it was a binding space. There were plenty of clearings where ferns and berry bushes grew, and to their delight, all sorts of animals lived in the forest with the family and other forest inhabitants. Wolves and lambs, leopards and goats, lions and calves, all at peace with one another. The animals chirped and howled and sang a wonderful song that filled the forest with serenity. Yet it was not just sight and sound that were pleasant there. It was never hot, and it was never cold. It was never too dry, nor was it ever too damp. Everything was perfect, and the papa and his son and their family and their neighbors and all those who dwelt therein were happy. The papa often took his children for walks about the wondrous forest, where he would teach them about the keeper, the great creator and protector of the forest they lived in. And sometimes the keeper would even walk next to them and talk with them. But often it was just the papa and a child together. One-on-one, he would tell them stories of how the keeper rescued their family. The papa's children listened closely, treasuring their special time together, and would impart his teachings, their testimony, to other children in the forest. The keeper sent his own son, a savior, a Christ, to rescue them from an illness in the wicked land beyond the forest. The cruel country beyond the forest was filled with dragons and warring peoples, each diseased with a plague that rotted their flesh, sin. After their salvation and healing, they, being brought to the wonderful forest, were then tasked to bring forth the green leaves of the land into the wicked and barren country from whence they had formerly come. The papa and his children would often embark on small trips, showing those who dwelt in the other lands the promise of life when following the keeper, for the leaves would heal the ailments of the peoples. They came from the trees of life, which grew in the heart of the forest, their roots drawing water from the river of life, which flowed throughout that blessed land. The forest dwellers could eat of the fruit of the trees and drink of the water freely, so they were never for want, and they were always safe, even when traversing the desert plains beyond. And the papa knew that if they were ever in trouble while out in the barren lands, and if they ever needed aid, the keeper would rescue them. He trusted the keeper of the forest and was grateful to live within his protection, far from the trouble of the desert. Yet that trust was challenged when the papa and his youngest son wandered to the edge of the forest on that fateful day. It had been a quiet day in the forest. The papa and his son woke early, for the keeper had told the papa the night before that he and his son were to go into the desert that day and return in the evening. It was his son's first time venturing beyond the forest. They ate a brief morning meal, gathered their leaves, and strapped two-edged swords to their sides. The leaves are for the people, the swords are for the dragons, the papa said with a proud and excited grin. Ready for their mission, they still took the time to go jovially while they trekked to the forest's edge. They began walking beside a creek that reflected the mingling green leaves and blue sky above. As they walked, the boy asked his papa a curious question. "Papa, why do you love me?" The papa smiled and let out a short chuckle. "Because you are my son," he said gently as he looked down at the boy who was tiptoeing across a log in the water. "I will always love you." They kept walking along the stream, but soon it tapered into dark brown soil, blanketing the forest floor. They could see small roots from the trees running along the shallow water, drinking up as much as they could to give themselves their glorious growth. The son stepped on the roots and then tried to climb up one of the younger trees. He slid down shortly after his ascent and landed on his feet. He brushed off his hands, which were now barked and sappy, and asked his papa another question. "If I were lost, would you find me?" He looked up at his papa with his bright eyes and a smile, awaiting a comforting response. The papa laughed. "Yes, of course I would," he exclaimed confidently as he smiled at his son. The son looked up at the trees. "But what if—" "Son," the papa said softly, interrupting him. He knelt, placing his knee on the wet forest floor. He gently put his hands on his son's shoulders and looked into his eyes, the windows of his innocence. "No matter how far you went, or how high you climbed, or how low you fell, I would find you. No matter how dark the night was, or deep your fear was, I would come to you. I would save you." The boy smiled and kissed his papa's cheek. He turned and ran forward. The papa stood and followed his son with great love, still holding the green leaves of the forest. The two went on for quite some time before they reached the edge of the forest. The trees were somber, and just up ahead was the long, dry desert that stretched as far as they could see. The papa remembered his former life living there, a land of pain and drought, where the keeper was not, and the dragons were many. He had been proud to have not raised his son in the desert, and the great green forest gave the papa and his son confidence that they could always return to it when they ventured out into the desert. It stood there like a city with its walls of green, lit brightly by the sun above and the waters within, showing forth the golden glow of life. "Remember, son," began the papa, "the keeper has us out there today, but just for the day. We will return before the sun falls. I pray, as we venture on the sand, we will only learn to love the forest more." They stepped off the soft, twiggy forest floor and onto the coarse sand, which started abruptly. It was as if the end of the forest was the shore of a great sea of sand. At first, there was a breeze that made the plain bearable. But as the two walked further and further into the dusty desert, they became warm and thirsty. The air was stale, and the wind did not blow, and the sun scorched. As they went, it was hard to remember why they were in the desert. But each time their minds slipped into heated wonder, they could gaze upon the life-filled leaves which seemed to glow brightly in the dry land around, and remember the glorious forest they were to invite others into. And they could gaze back at the forest to remember it was never too far behind them. So they kept walking, wondering who they might find on their journey. The papa thought of all the foolish and wicked things that took place in the desert and by its people. He comforted himself, knowing the forest was nearby, and that it was his new home. And he knew that he and his son were safe if together, for with the sword at his side, he could protect his son from anything. And he had the leaves of the forest kingdom to offer anyone they saw the proof that true and satisfying life was found only where the keeper dwelt. At first, the sand had been cool in the shade of the forest, but soon each step took them further from the shade and into the sunlight, which seemed to burn hotter as they went. The papa had it in mind to turn back a few times, but his son marveled at the openness and the flatness the desert offered as a sight, and they had yet to see anyone. It was typical to find a wanderer in the desert whenever the keeper sent the papa there. It was as if the keeper had always planned on him finding someone ready to marvel at the green leaves and listen to the great tale of the family's exodus from the barren land. And sometimes the wanderer would take the leaves in hand, and it would heal their flesh. Gloriously they could then come to the forest, eat of the fruit, drink of the water, and live there in harmony with the keeper forever after. Walking on, the son had clearly been pondering a lot that day, for he asked his papa another question. "Papa, does the keeper love me?" "Yes, son," the papa replied confidently. "Yes, he does." "Does he love everyone?" "The keeper tells us he is love," said the papa. "But he hates dragons. He hates the disease that plagues these people." "Is that why he has us come here bringing the leaves?" asked the son. "Because of love and hate?" "Yes, son." Proud, the papa smiled and patted his son's head. He had told his other children this before, yet he never grew tired of talking about the keeper and the forest. "What if they do not come?" asked the son. "What happens to those who would rather live in the desert than in the forest with the keeper?" The papa sighed. "Eventually, the dragons eat them, and sometimes they themselves become dragons." Just then, the boy saw a well not too far off in the distance. There were not any buildings around or signs of people, so it was a strange place for a well. It was a circle of stone, stacked almost 2 feet high, with no wooden pulley on it. This meant it was an older well, and had not been used for a very long time. The son was curious about it, so he ran forward without any sense of worry. The papa kept his steady pace and walked behind his boy. The son arrived at the well alone. It was old and worn down. It looked like years of wind had beat against the stone structure. He leaned over the ledge to look down. It was dark, and he could not see any water. Suddenly, the stone his hand was on slipped off the edge and tumbled to the bottom of the well. The boy fell forward, and his chest struck against even more of those aged rocks. The boy crashed through the top layer of the loose and crumbling stones and tumbled over the edge, falling down the well into darkness. The papa's eyes widened with fright. He felt a tight pinch in his stomach from fear. He ran but could only watch as his son fell. It was like time had slowed, and the papa watched powerless as he fell. He wished to catch his son and keep him from falling and experiencing whatever darkness lay at the bottom of the well, but he was too late. When the papa reached the well, he glanced down. He could not see anything at the bottom, for his eyes were not used to such darkness. "Help, Papa!" the son's voice rang upward. The papa exhaled the breath he had been holding. He knew at least his son was alive. "I am here, son," the papa called, trying to offer whatever comfort he could. He felt useless. He looked around but saw nothing that could help get his son out from the pit. The boy was sitting alone at the bottom of the well. His legs hurt from the fall, and he could feel his heart throbbing within him from fear. "Are you hurt?" the papa asked. "No, I am afraid, Papa." His voice shook as his body trembled. "Son," the papa called, "I do not have anything to lift you out with. You must wait here while I go back to the forest and get the keeper. He is a good keeper of the forest, and he will rescue you if I get him." "Please don't leave me," the son called from below. "There is not anything else I can do." "I must go," said the papa with pain in his voice. "No, Papa, please do not leave me. I believe the keeper will come." The papa sighed and nearly wept. "He is a good keeper," he said to himself. The papa slowly put one leg over the wall of the well and then the other. He was careful to not disturb the stones and lowered himself so that he clung to the edge, dangling himself in the darkness below. Then he let go and fell. He landed on the dry sand below, right next to his son. The life-filled leaves of their home fell graciously next to them. "I will wait right here next to you until the keeper comes," said the papa. The papa propped his little son against the side of the well so he could rest. The depth they were at robbed the sun its power and left an icy, stagnant air for them to shiver in.
The Papa resisted his new dungeon by trying to climb the eroded wall, but to no avail. He slid down the barren walls, returning to the dust below. But it was not just dust that floored the bottom of the well. The darkness had concealed it at first, but with the faint light from the sun above, the sun gasped at a fearful sight. The Papa saw it too. Fright gripped them, yet fear irrational. They knew this, for the thing they beheld was dead, but it was terrifying nonetheless. A dragon's skull, sitting at the bottom of the well, their neighbor, half sunken in the dry dirt, glaring at them. The dragon had seemingly perished at the bottom of the well, for the rest of its frame was unseen, long buried by time. The Papa then wondered if the well they had fallen into was no well at all, but rather a grave. Could it be theirs also? Alas, with that frightful thought, the Papa went to his knees, praying and calling out for the keeper to come and rescue them. Hours passed, long hours looking upwards at the ever-fading light. And then, finally, he heard footsteps in the sand above. The keeper had come. The keeper peered into the well. The Papa could see his long, curly white hair neatly combed back. He wore a clean robe and had a thick strand of rope slung over his shoulder. "Keeper," the Papa called, "please rescue us." The keeper looked down with bright eyes and blushed cheeks. He was wrinkled from eternity, yet beautiful in the likeness of one in prime. He let out a short breath from his nostrils and clenched his lips together briefly. And then, meeting the gaze of the Papa, he slowly shook his head. The Papa, awestruck by the denial from the one above, stuttered, But keeper, it is cold and dark and frightful down here. Please rescue us." The keeper leaned over the well, resting his arms on the loose stones, which did not seem to move at all or lose any of their dust. In a warm and gentle whisper, he said, "Not yet." It did not matter if the keeper's voice had been warm. By the time it reached the Papa's ears, it was cold as ice and cruel. The Papa slumped down and sat next to his son. "Papa," the son began in a whisper, "why does the keeper not rescue us?" "I don't know, son." The Papa kept his gaze down at the dark sand beneath his feet, and then his son asked a question that pained him more than anything yet. "Why did you not rescue me?" The Papa felt his chest tremble. He closed his eyes tightly and breathed heavily. He moved forward and sat on his knees. He shuffled around until he faced his son. "Oh, my son," he said quietly. He placed his stiff palms on his son's young cheeks and lifted his head slightly, looking into his fear-filled eyes. I could not. All I could do is wait with you here because I trust that." He stopped himself and looked up. The keeper was looking down, still and unmoving. "Papa?" the son asked after a while in a frail voice. "Does the keeper still love me?" The Papa began to weep, yet he was frozen, staring up at the keeper. He did not shiver nor tremble from the sobbing. His tears merely fell from his still face as he looked upward, truly unaware of the answer to his distressed son's question. If the keeper loved them, how could he let them fall into this pit? And how could he stand by idly while they remained unsaved? The scorching sun sank and darkness began to fall. The Papa learned the sun had offered some power, but then in that dark night there was none. The stones were frosted, and it was all he could do to hold his son tightly so they did not tremble in the cold. All the while the keeper stood above, looking down upon them, and the Papa wished desperately he would do something. Anything. The Papa then saw the leaves he had brought with him from the forest laying on the cold ground at the bottom of the well with them. They retained their green even in the darkness, but the Papa then had a cruel thought, or at least he shunned it as cruel, for he thought to himself that those leaves were useless then, and he felt the forest was unapproachable, wondering if he and his son would ever return. As the darkness continued to deepen, the Papa felt his neck stiffen, making it more and more difficult to look up at the keeper.
His chest throbbed and his tears continued. It felt impossible to keep doubt out of his mind. He could not help but doubt the keeper's goodness. How could a good keeper allow them to endure such suffering? With that, the papa felt a pain on his arm. In the dark, he could behold something like scales growing. He had seen this before, many times. Sometimes a desert dweller would have their rotting flesh harden like the scales of a dragon, an even worse ailment to cure. The papa drew his sword instinctively and sought to cut the scales off, but to no avail. Suddenly, the leaves of the forest glowed brighter. He took as many as he could in hand and gripped his scaly arm with them, praying and sobbing. To his relief, the scales fell off him and his skin was saved. The scales toppled to the well's floor, landing next to the dragon's bones. His skin was smooth, and the pain was gone. He looked up at the keeper then, with ease. His face was briefly lit with green from the glowing leaves below. He wore his smile still, and the papa was again comforted by it. The sun was only gone for a mere hour before something began to happen above. The ground shook. The sky moved hastily. The papa could see the keeper's hair start to fall out of place from a strong breeze that began to blow over the top of the well. Gusts of wind with caught-up sand blew over the mouth of the well, lit silver by the night sky. Soon the wind was so strong and the blowing sand so fierce that the keeper faded from the papa's sight entirely. It was a ceiling of violent sand, blackened by its thickness above. And below, the darkest night had come upon the papa and the son, and yet not a single gust of that awful storm reached the bottom of the well, nor did the frigid air above. Indeed, the papa and his son were safe in that dark pit, and their shivering ceased. As the wind howled, a great and tumultuous howling, filled with crashing as great pillars of airborne sand tore against one another, the tears dried from the papa's eyes, and he looked down at his son. He was sitting silently, looking up at the dreadful sight above. Even in the darkness, the two could behold the fury and chaos that had become their sky. Shortly after the storm above began, the leaves they had brought with them from the forest became even brighter. They had reminded the papa and the son of the forest when they were wandering the desert. They had healed the papa of the scales brought on by doubt, and presently they were the brightest and glorious the papa had ever seen. While the night was dark, the forest's light remained strong with them. And then, after many hours, the wind slowed, and the sand dissipated. Although the night had passed, the papa and the son had not fallen asleep. They had remained awake, still and quiet, yet comfortable and safe. As the sand disappeared, the sun began its shining. They could see the keeper had remained at the top of the well, leaning against the stones. His hair and beard were swept up and out of place, and his robe was tattered. He had stood in the middle of that storm throughout all of that dark night. "All right, children," he said in a voice that remained strong. "Now I shall rescue you." The keeper let down the rope he had kept on his shoulder. The bottom of the strand hit the sand just in front of the papa's knees. He could scarcely believe it. The time had come, and he wished he had never feared nor doubted. Yet he was proven once again to be a weak man with a strong keeper. "Come, son," the papa said quietly. He helped his son to his feet, and the papa tied a knot at the end of the rope. He then wrapped the rope underneath the son's arms and said, "Put your feet here and hold on tightly." The boy stepped onto the knot and clung to the rope tightly with his hands. The papa was amazed as he saw his son slowly being raised off the sandy floor of that pit. He watched as his son ascended the dark well and into the arms of the keeper. His little clothes were dirtied, his little sword was covered in sand, but he was saved. And then the rope was thrown down again, this time for him. He took hold of the strong cord, leaving behind him an empty well, save for the green leaves that peppered the dusty ground. They would remain there, full of the unfading life of the forest, as a sign to anyone else who would come by and fall into that well. As would the scales that fell from the papa's arm, on the dragon bones, ever returning to dust. Reminders that the desert was a place for death and dragons, yet the forest would always stand and its trees never wither, for the keeper himself would sustain them and heal those that come. At last, the Papa reached the top, and the keeper helped him over the wall of stone. The day's light was just coming up and felt blinding to him, yet the touch of that rising sun was warmth upon his skin. He felt a thick and strong hand take hold of his own. He looked up, as if he were then a child, and saw the keeper smiling at him. And on the other side of the keeper stood the Papa's son, who held on to his other hand. "And children," the keeper said, as he began leading them back to the blissful forest from which they had ventured. Yes, I still love you, because you are my sons." I'm not keen on speaking for God. I believe firmly that a phrase like, "Thus saith the Lord," should be reserved solely for quotations of scriptures in our present age. You'll notice in these dark tales I am careful to avoid such. There's too much said that muddies the voice of God, so much of man, and it is becoming difficult to understand what is from Him and what is from man. Alas, it is the best practice to read only the Holy Bible as God's voice, and to hold all other whispers to what He has written in the Bible. But for the sake of allegory and metaphor and story, perhaps you'll allow me to write loosely these quotations from God. No, these are merely my words, not His. Yet, I hope they are honoring to Him and those He loves, nonetheless. It is a difficult thing to write on such personal matters, as I aimed to do in this tale. This one is rather near to my heart. This tale has indeed brought my wife and I many tears. I had originally written this story in the first months of 2020, after going through a very similar thing described. You see, this is a sort of allegory, a fictional tale which encapsulates something my wife and I endured all those years ago. It was written in pain, but with hope. And while I have attempted to share it a few times in previous years, nothing felt right or proper. However, in the volume of painful things and thoughts, of dragons and men, a Christian anthology book, it seems right to place this one amongst the rest. If I am to bleed within that book, then bleed I shall. In December of 2019, my eldest son was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. Within a few weeks, I had written the first draft of this story. I felt as this Papa had. My son had fallen into a pit of despair, and I had not the rope, nor the strength, nor the ability to do anything for him but fall in after. The emotions the Papa felt toward God during the darkest night were real, felt within me. Those terrifying scales of doubt growing on his arm grew in my heart. While I do not know fully why God allowed our family to endure that season, I know one day I will. As the Papa would come to see their time in the pit was their safety from the sandstorm, and the leaves and scales a testimony to others, so one day we, and you also, with whatever ailment you are enduring, be it of the body or the heart, we will see His wonderful plan. He is sovereign, and nothing happens without His allowance. I pray this tale conveyed that, a reality wonderful beyond expression. For we know in part, we prophesy in part, but when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know, even as also I am known. 1 Corinthians 13, 9 through 12.
To the mountain I have come. I climb, I climb, I climb. I will tell now of the birds of the mountain, which wish to hinder me in my rise. Behold, I see the height so grand, a dove that flies overhead and cries to me. Behold, I hear that voice calling me up the mount.
Unreachable, untouchable, and impossible to grasp. Yet come, and heed not the whispers of the birds, and climb, climb, climb.
Alas, I take hold of that marvelous rock, standing high and lofty amidst a plain. But I hear him, a fowl, a rooster with a fearful gaze. "Stay," he says. "To rise the mount is a foolish thing. Here below you have food and safety, but up above, on that poor, poor mountain, you abandon sense for nothing but want. Stay," he says. "Don't go," he shouts. "Or have you not heard? The birds of the mountain are fierce and large. Oh, if you go, your flesh they will devour."
Fear not,
says that voice so high.
I am with you. Listen not to that cowardly fowl. He warns you of himself. He is but the lowliest bird of the mountain. Fear not, O little one. To my mountain you have come. So climb, climb, climb.
My hands are strengthened. That voice readies my feet. I climb and come to a ledge, a place to rest after such a long rise, a flat plain upon the mount. And looking down, I see the bleak land below, a wicked country with poisoned water. And I see that fearful rooster. I hear him call, but I heed not his words, for the voice has called me nigh. So I climb, I climb, I climb. Strong, I take hold of that marvelous rock, and I look for an upward place of rest. But I hear her, a peacock, beautiful, blue and green. "Oh," she says, "look at you climb. Are you not a silly little thing to behold? You do not look so good upon this mountain. The people below, they laugh at you so. Look at you coming. So foolish you look. Have you not heard? Who will you hearken to on your useless rise? An invisible voice, or me, the most beautiful bird?"
In such things glory not,
says that voice unseen.
I love you. Listen not to that vain and ugly peacock. She speaks to you of herself, for she is a fool upon this mountain. Thinking in looks she finds her worth. Coming up my mountain you are. Just climb, climb, climb.
Ah, my heart so changing. Why should I bother with the eyes of birds? I climb, I rest, in the sight of one greater and higher. Those below are not upon this mount. Those below care for such beauty and such. Above and upward my heart should be, not below. And I see that disgusting peacock, her shameful colors of cruel pride. The rightful proud voice above has sent for me. Chosen, I climb, I climb, I climb. I take hold of that marvelous rock, and I strain to reach the next ledge. But I hear him, a crow, so dark and black. Ha! He cries with a cruel laugh. You do not deserve to climb this great rock. Look at your life before the mountain, down there upon the dark plain. You curse, you spit, you lust, you hate. Oh, don't you know? The great voice on the mountain will not forget. Stop climbing, stop trying. You'll never be enough.
Shame yourself not,
says that voice on high.
I forgive you. Listen not to that doubtful crow. He speaks to you of himself, for he has not come to climb the mountain, though he pesters you here so. Upon my mountain you are, so you may climb, climb, climb.
Oh, that voice so sweet gives confidence to me. I keep at this wonderful climb until the next rest, the next test. Yes, I expect now these birds upon the mount. I know they come from that land below, flitting up here to draw me back. And I see that doubting crow. I see him laugh and caw such threats. But the voice called me to come and rise. So I climb, I climb, I climb. Oh yes, I take hold of that marvelous rock, sitting prouder and sweeter than all others. But I hear her, a hummingbird with silky wings. Come, she says, your pleasure is not upon this mount. Come to my mistress, she waits for you. She has made a place for you far from this mountain. So come down, she says, come away, let my mistress fill your cup. Can such a rise satisfy you so? The toils of the mountain are long and lonely. Come with me, you may climb again some other day.
Look not away,
shouts that voice above.
I see you. Follow not that tempting and deceiving hummingbird. She speaks to you of herself, for there is no pleasure beyond this mountain, nothing that lasts, nothing so pure. Satisfied on my mountain you are. Please climb, climb, climb.
Sigh. Such a voice so strong, it troubles me. I must endure. I must climb. I cannot rest, for I nearly failed. Oh, such a weary life it is on the mount. I bother to entertain these terrible birds, and I wonder how many more are ahead. I see that charming hummingbird. I see her tilting head, her eyes, her feathers, her smile. Yet the voice has told me to come. Burdened, I climb, I climb, I climb. Burdened, I take hold of that marvelous rock, here so alone, looking over a dark world. But I hear him, a sad little thrush, colored like clay. He whimpers and whispers, "This mount, this place is too good for you and I. Stay here. You no longer deserve to rise this mountain. Your hands are dirty, your heart is blackened. Your eyes and your ears are not set on the peak. Oh, do you think you can go? You hear the voices of the birds of the mountain. One called by the voice hears no such things."
Listen not.
Whispers that risen voice.
I know you. Stay not with that ashamed thrush. He speaks to you of himself. He knows not what it means to rise this mountain. I do not know him, for he does not love me. You know you climb my mountain, mine. So climb, climb, climb.
Breath, that still small voice, gives me breath. I have come here to climb. I rise, that voice is my rest. To love that voice is to rise the mount. Shame and sorrow belong below in darkness, where forgiveness abounds not and mercy does not flow. Down I look to see that guilty thrush. I see him cry and wail in his misery. But the voice calls out, the voice calls. Invited, I climb, I climb, I climb. With joy, I take hold of that marvelous rock, which is lonely and full, bright in the sun. But I hear him, an owl, so silent and wise. Up, he says, up you go upon this mount, but you do not know what awaits your end. You have not seen what lives atop this mountain. You are not mighty, you are not wise, you are not noble, you are not, simply just not. Oh, do you think you know? The birds of the mountain have a king. A dragon awaits you at the top.
Be not dismayed,
says that voice above.
I guide you. Heed not the wisdom of that foolish owl. He speaks to you of himself. For foolishness is needed upon this mountain, to humbly depend and make yourself lowly. You are lowly on my mountain. Alas, you must climb, climb, climb.
My mind is clear. My heart is grateful for that voice. I need not know all to continue this climb. I rest with each pull and lift and step, for I know I am called to the mount. Wisdom is foolish in the wickedness down, and foolishness is wise, for the humble can come. That owl, I see that poor foolish thing, flying about unwise in what is to come. Yet the voice that knows all. So I climb, I climb, I climb. With assurance, I take hold of that marvelous rock, which alone contains the whole of wisdom. But I hear him, a vulture, full, fat, with dreadful eyes. Sigh, he says. You have wasted away. You deserve more than this tragic mount. Go home, where the plain is wide and wealth is much. Attain more than this narrow, narrow mountain.
no place to dwell, no thing to eat. Oh, do you not hunger so? Do not bother with the birds of the mountain. Descend, fill yourself with wealth, wealth, wealth.
Desire not such things.
Calls that voice from on high.
I provide for you. Want not with that gluttonous and greedy vulture. He speaks to you of himself. He would have you abandon the mountain to grow his riches, but yours are above, upon this peak. Full and clothed you are upon my mountain. Want me and climb, climb, climb.
The voice! How have I doubted him so? What a blessed and wonderful climb. I go up and up, but what pains are these birds about the mountain? How have they come up here so? Are they not from that bleak and wicked country? And I behold that overgrown and greedy vulture. I see him sit and feast and be ever for want. Yet the voice, that full and satiating voice, draws me so. Filled, I climb, I climb, I climb. I do take hold of that marvelous rock. Alone it stands, seeming to draw such various fowl. But I hear him, a raven, so bold and black. Enough! He shouts. Have you not had enough? It was quiet and slow before, peaceful, but now you are pestered and beaten upon this mountain. Be angry, curse, spit, for the voice has beaten you. Are you not angry? How could he let the birds of the mountain ail you so? Go, be gone, and flee in your deserved rage.
Feel such not,
shouts the voice above.
I hold you. Be weakened not by that wrathful raven. He speaks to you of himself. For hard hearts and hatred belong not on the mountain. Do not give weight to your feelings of below. Ascending my mountain you are. Be still and climb, climb, climb.
Terrifying, magnificent, and just is that voice. I listen and continue to climb. But the way is narrow, the path is steep. Oh, is this the end of the birds here on the mount? They want below, they tell me to go. They shall, yet I shall not. So have I overcome them. I see that passionate raven. I see him hiss and shake his head. He sounds nothing like the voice that calls me high. I must climb, climb, climb. I continue to take hold of that marvelous rock, which stands high and exalted above the ground. But I hear him, an eagle, so grand and tall. Well done, he calls. You have come. You came from below. Now you are above. Look at your footsteps among the mountain slopes. You alone have come, as I have before. We are mighty, royal, and highly. Do you not feel it? You are above even the birds of the mountain. You bested them, and now have come.
Boast not,
says that voice so high.
I bring you. Hearken not to to that proud eagle. He speaks to you of himself, for he cannot ascend the height of this mountain. Alone it is too high, and he will not come. Be humble, for on my mountain you are. Come and climb, climb, climb.
So great, so fierce, so gracious, that voice I hear. I do climb, but only climb, looking and longing for the end, that peak. I shun these birds upon his mount, for they have not come by the voice. Their feathers bring them, their fetters keep them. I see that boastful eagle. I see him spread his wings so bold, but he is to be pitied, for the voice that calls resists him. Humbled, I climb, climb, climb. Weary, I take hold of that marvelous rock, which holds the rightfully proud. But I hear him. Lo, I behold him, a dragon! At last! He shouts with fire and fright. To my mount, to my height, you have come. I am the last bird of the mountain. I am all that awaits you at this top. Pity you, fool you, shameful you for coming so high. Did you think I would welcome you? You did not heed my birds of the mountain, so your eternal flesh I shall devour.
Believe such not!
Shouts the voice from even higher.
I call you. Have faith not in that sinister dragon. He speaks to you of himself, for I will end him unto fires neath my mountain. He is the last enemy, and his head shall be crushed. Near the end of my mountain you are. O child, climb, climb, climb!
The voice above, the voice of the dragon. I fall to my knees, to my face, I fall. I cannot climb, I cannot breathe, I cannot rest. I need to rest. I no longer can endure the birds upon the mount, but I cannot rejoin the dead below. I must continue, I must hold on. I behold that doomed dragon before me. His fire is cold, his voice is empty. The voice, he is with me. I climb, I climb, I climb. I take hold of that marvelous rock. I climb, I climb, I climb. And I hear him, the dove, that voice from above. I climb, I climb, I climb.
I am the first bird of the mount.
He calls.
I am the last.
I climb, I climb, I climb.
Look, can you see your footsteps on the mountain?
I climb, I climb, I climb.
No, you cannot. For who calls, carries, brings you? I am the only bird of the mountain now. So breathe, breathe, breathe.
At last, I come to that marvelous voice. I breathe, I breathe, I breathe. Behold, I behold, for all my climb, I was set upon wings. I see, though the mount I climbed, toiled and tried, I was upon the wings of that great dove, the first and the last of the birds of the mountain, who called me, carried me, brought me high above. Alas, I thought I was to climb, but I was simply to rise. Oh, He has brought me to the mountain, and He has climbed it for me. Now His breath I breathe, and I see, oh, I see His great and matchless beauty.
This tale is a different one from most I've written. The poetic allegory is rather new to me, yet its heart is the same as my others. I hope this tale points your own heart to Christ, to understand and to think on the wings of the dove, to think on the helplessness and the weakness of the climber. Yes, the climber came. Yes, every climber of Mount Zion must come. But it is the sacrifice and sanctification of the dove, our Savior, Christ Jesus, that carries us upwards. It feels, at times, like this faith is what some call an uphill battle, and the climber feels such. Burdened at times, weary, reminded of guilt, fearful, tempted, angry, and all the rest. But at the top is someone, far more beautiful than we can ever imagine. That is why tales of heaven do not satisfy the soul, because no tale could tell of its trueness and wholeness, nor of the great love of God toward His children. It is a difficult thing to comprehend. So I wanted our focus for this tale to be upon the climb and the various troubles we face, the other voices we hear, the other birds we see. But remember and recall always, His voice is the one that matters. He is the first and the last. In this was manifested the love of God toward us, because that God sent His only begotten Son into the world, that we might live through Him. Herein is love, not that we loved God, but that He loved us, and sent His Son to be the propitiation for our sins. 1 John 4, 9 and 10. Broken thoughts and prayers. One might call human existence merely an endless and meaningless experience of pain and loss, where joy exists for a mere moment and dissipates as our bones and hopes rot. I would say that might be so if there were no God. Such is the dialogue of the book of Ecclesiastes. However, we have been given full access to the revealed knowledge of God, not only of His existence, but His character. And in the knowledge and revelation, we learn that He is good. God is good. Yet I have learned that even in the light of that undeniable truth, life remains painful, and we seem to have tainted His beautiful planet with our own selfishness. The Bible calls this tainting sin, a daily transgressing of God's goodness. Yet it is a thing we love and do, as do others. And that doing and that loving of sin by us and them allows pain to persist. Going through a difficult season of grace and diverse loss in recent life, I wrote down what I called at the time broken thoughts. These were thoughts of pain and darkness that came from an unbridled and broken heart of mine. I continued to explore the concepts of pain, death, and pride, and selfishness, and the great influence men and fathers have on their families, whether present or absent. It seemed I daily suffered loss and hurt, and yet I had to strongly look upon the innocent faces of my sons, who rightly demanded from me stability and love. It is a strange thing to internalize such great emotion. So these writings became sort of a cathartic wave, sharing with myself what I was feeling. Does that make any sense? I suppose to someone fraught with pain, it likely does. After writing these, I felt a sense of release from even feeling the emotions accompanied and symbolized by the words. I let my wife read them, and it was very healing for her to understand more of the pain I carried with me. Yet even in all that liberty and light, the chains and darkness remained. These broken thoughts were dark and dreary, riddled with hopelessness and the kind of deep darkness carried around by those without the knowledge of the good God. Alas, nearly convicted by him of their lacking his response, I took these to God, and it became clear, very clear, these broken thoughts were incomplete. I can say this with certainty, for in his work on the cross, it is not his desire to leave things broken. My broken thoughts needed healing. The darkness needed the light. And so I began to see the thoughts and the pain as the means to a prayer, as if a prayer needed to follow them, a prayer that was a reminder of who God is and what he does. Much of the responses are scripture. Some are pleas to keep me from wickedness. I ask that you listen to these slowly and perhaps pray them with me. And so, these are my broken thoughts and prayers. For all those who feel pain, and to all those who, even if they are unaware, cause it. I have decided to feel, and it hurts. Oh God, pity me, teach me to fear you, and pity me. Oh Father, remember I am but dust. Look down into a well of water, full of hurt and guilt. Is it not they that are closest who drown thee in that well? But you, God, you blot out my transgressions for your own sake, and you do not remember my sins. I am convinced the men who can make men cry are fathers and our sons. But you, God, you gather my tears in a bottle. Now, then, you will wipe them all away. I have met a man who demands grace, but dares not give it. But you, my Lord, you command grace, for you freely gave it. If one gives you poison to drink, but calls it lovely and refreshing, does it still kill you? But God, my Father, you give me everlasting water. You are lovely and refreshing, and I will thirst no more. Roots of bitterness are allowed their place in our hearts. It is a noble deed to lay the axe to even those things. Alas, my Lord, my Father, root out man's inheritance. Crucify that which has been passed down. Let me not become the many that are before me. The heart is full of darkness. It is God only who can give it light. To you, my Father, I come to see your light, all I can see of you. You are doomed to live out the curse, says the hopeless upon the earth. Am I redeemed? Am I redeemed, oh my God? There is a way to tear the heart open without weaponry, the twisted words of a loved one. But you, God, my sweet friend, your words are life and peace. I will come to them every day. Can you see the sun? No. You see the light of the sun. Can you see the end? No. You are stuck in the now. Can I see you, Father? Yes, for I can see the brightness of your glory. He is your Son. There is a father and there is a mother who would rip their child into pieces merely to keep him from breathing their air. O righteous judge, have you not waited long enough? How long must your long suffering equate to our suffering? There is a king who would slaughter his subjects, pillage his own lands, plunder his own people, murder his own daughters. Am I to subject myself to such a king? O holy King, righteous and good, faithful and true, I will put off my heavenly citizenship to remain here at the plow until you come. O Lord, please come. Which is better, a forked tongue or none at all? O Father in heaven, your words are pure. You keep me from a worthless tongue. Can one defend themselves without offending their attacker? But you, Father, you are my defense, and you keep me from trouble. How can a man block the arrows of accusation when his shields are already dented and used up? But you, God, you love me, and you speak to me so. There is unspeakable pain when a father rejects his own son. But you O my God and Father, you have done just that for my sake, and your Son became my sins, and you slew him. But I see him risen, for pain is not the end of your story. What else are empty promises but full deceits? But you, my good Lord, all your promises are yes and amen. Listen to the man that yells in his anger. Listen, for he speaks his own downfall. But you, my Father, you see me as a lamb and deal with me gently. Emotions are as heavy as we let them be. But to you, O my God, I will bring my feeling, refine my heart, burn away the dross, and let what remains be the silver of thine goodness. The man who lacks control of himself, is he most likely to control others? But you, O you, my God, my Father, yours is the power. Where are the qualified of old, the ones Paul wrote about? Are they not doing the Lord's work? Let he who asks do the Lord's work, and find those men there. Father, may I be there, serving you. Give me a man, give me a shepherd, one that loves you and does your work. Ask an elder if he meets his role's biblical standards. His response will tell. Keep me, Father. Keep me from being like the reeds. Hold me and bring me. Make me a man usable in your assembly. Let the man who cannot control his tongue turn in his right to preach. For you, God, you ask, doth a fountain bring both sweet water and bitter? The man who values himself more than others, that man is always lonely. But you, God, you seek redemption for your children, and a bride for your Son, and a temple for your Spirit. How is it that a man sharpens his sword to wound his own brethren and calls himself righteous? But you, O God, you wound yourself for us and the world at the end. Is not a man who could do no wrong in his eyes a dangerous person? But God, my vengeance, you see all. Why do we waste our tears on those who seem to drink them? But you, my Father, you are my comforter, and you record each tear in some heavenly book. Father, do you remember my pain? Why are strangers comforting? Perhaps it is the lack of past, less for them to wound with. But you, God, you let me know you, and you wound me not with my past. What is comfort in the skin of sinful flesh but pride? But you, O God, you resist the proud. O my good Lord, give me grace, keep me humble. There are men who speak against division and yet cause it with every action. But God, no deceit is found in your mouth, nor in they that follow you. If ever someone has damaged people all around them, with a trail of pain and death behind them, what shall we call that someone but the cause? Yet you have healed people, and all around you are the living and the reborn. Alas, Lord, thou art the cause. Hallelujah. Outward intent, displayed love, warm embraces, all or nothing if the heart is black with self-seeking. But you, my good King, your heart is pure. Make mine so. Dialogue with a man who refuses to acknowledge his sin, and you will find a host of cruel thoughts. But you, O God, you give us a safe altar. Mercy awaits. I can barely look up. Hardly am I deserved to pray, and yet men say they are right with God. But let sin govern their thoughts. Where, I must ask, is the cross? Keep me, Father. Keep me from keeping my sin. Kill it with me, Father. Kill my sin. There is a man that even the shadows wound, thoughts of whispers and look with eyes, imaginary weaponry causing imaginary pain, yet he treats it as true and fights back with everything he has. But you, my Father, you are not wronged by me, for you have forgiven me, and I am purged in your grace, the blood of your Son. What is a man's greatest weapon but his tongue? What is the greatest defense but a holy God? Tame my tongue, Father. Remove it if you have to. Defend me, Father. Remove me if you have to. How is it so that a man can curse a friend, a brother, a father, a son, and then bless his God on Sunday? Oh God, do you hear such prayers? Hear, my Father, forgive me and cause forgiveness in me. All sin is covered by coming to the cross. But what if, even there, a man protects his sin and acts in it and loves it, identifies with it, wounds with it? What is said of that man when he meets the one that hung on that cross? Oh, Father, chasten me now, that I might come to you at last. To lose a mother, to lose a father, what more loss is there for but a child? But you, my Father, if all is taken from me, I will be content in you, filled up and overflowing. Oh, my good, good Father. To be filled with love for one and another, and for the one to say, do not love the other, is to be filled with sorrow. But you, God, my Father, you tell me to love. Alas, I will love like you do. Within the eyes of a young child is nothing but acceptance. What causes that glimmer to dim with age? Oh, Father, keep my generation's sin from me, their generation before them. May I be like you to my sons. Keep us, Father. Oh, please keep us. Show me a man who loves any other more than himself. Oh, Father, give me your love. Kill my selfishness. Help me seek you, my sons too, and let myself die. There is a man that accuses much, even accusing his brethren. Tell me, help me remember, did God call someone accuser of the brethren? There is a God that hears not such accusations and sees the truth. How can one love two when one says to hate the other? Father, let me leave judgment with you and give me grace to show today. There is a man who speaks of his endless want, yet he does not eat and drink what is set before him. Oh, my Father, stir in me satisfaction for your gifts, your word, your truth. Give me a stomach for nothing else. Christ said, we are for him or against him. Can a mere man deal such absolutes? Father, guard my heart from a man that would divide. There are sons whose ancestors are bitter. Tell me, how can they not inherit such? O God, my King, my upward King, put away my bitterness. Let it not be named in me. There is an old man in all of us. Yet I met a man whose old man seemed to hate the others, everyone's, except his own. There is a good God who is no wicked past, nor wicked present. He is good through and through. How is it that the cruelty of a loved one crumbles even the strongest of men? It is so that the love of my Father gives strength to my weary bones. How is it that the cruelty of a loved one turns even the noblest of men into nothing? It is so that the love of my Father takes me, nothing, and calls me son. How is it that the cruelty of a loved one cannot be rebuked without suffering loss? It is so that the love of my Father is pure and incorruptible, containing all gain. There are they, stuck in bitterness. They are dragons with spiked tails. To be close is to be wounded. There is a God who hath made himself approachable, beseechable, and safe for he that loves him. Does bitterness give a man blindness, so that he sees only the sins of others? O good Father, open mine eyes to your goodness, and close them to mine ill world, except let me see those you would save. Who can unite men but the one that made us? So, Father, unite even they unwanted, blackened with pride, rotten with bitterness. Bring us together, my God, for your glory, lest we not even be called thine. How is it that God can dwell in a man, and yet he denies his power and remains unchanged? Father, fill me, dwell within me. Let me not deny your gospel. Show its holy work in my deeds. Show me a man of the cross, and we shall see sin fleeing. Show me a man of his sin, and we shall see the other man fleeing. I flee from this pain, and unto my Father God, the one who remakes. There is a man who marks himself with pride and is offended by humility. There is a God who marked himself with our shame in the greatest act of humility. It is a sad man who blames everyone else for his trouble, looking down and around and never up. In my trouble, I call to you, my good Lord. A covenant I make with thee, for better or for worse. There is a man wounded by his father, so he wounds his son and blames it on a curse. There is a God hated by his sinful children, so he wounds his son and puts an end to sin's curse. Show me a man who loves his sin, and I will show you my scars. But you, oh my God, you hate my sin, and I will hate it too, for you have shown me your scars. There is a man who wants a friend, but speaks unkind words of him in secret. There is a God who calls me friend. His words are kind and lovely. Can a man who says he does not trust you be rightfully trusted? But you, oh my God, my Father, I trust you, and you know me more, to love you more. Are not our sins supposed to burn in fire? Why then does a man love his? Keep my cruel heart from the flame. Father, Father, help me love you more. I once met a man who wanted more of everything, but refused to enjoy anything. Fill me, O God, and remove from me want of anything and everything but you. I have trusted a man in his pain, and he wounds me. I have trusted my God in my pain, and he heals me. There is a man who says he is chained by some other thing, but is chained by himself. Free me, Father. Free me from my bondage. Free me from my undoing. Why is such a beautiful world filled with such wicked people? Oh, my Father, was I once so wicked? I suppose I was, and am, as I die, and as that old man withers. Your grace, keep unto me your grace. There is a man who acknowledges his pain, but denies its source. There is a God who acknowledges my pain and saves me from its source. I have found freedom in a broken heart. Oh God, I have found freedom in a heart made new. Who better to heal than the healer himself? I come to you, my Father. Heal me. I need healing. I offered a trembling hand, tears of my sincere regret, and a godly man forgave me. Oh God, you call us to such forgiveness. Show me a man with great pain, and I will show you the healer. A fool does not go to him. A fool I have been, but I come to you, and if I do not, bring me and keep me there. How can a man offer poison to drink and expect his guests to return? But you, O my God, you offer me wine, sweeter than that of the earth, and I shall drink with you in heaven. O my Father, when will you bring me there? A fool wounds with his mouth. A fool continues to hear him. O Father, give me speech that is slow, and ears to hear what the Spirit has to say, that I may not hear what the fool has to say. What is an apology if it is needed again and again and again? Once for all, my King, once for all was your sacrifice. Why must I endure such torment? If a man sharpens his sword to pierce me, is it not my fault for dwelling with him? Bring me on high, O my Father. I long for your country, a better country. Bring me on high. Behold, can you not see your own death? A prophecy fulfilled by yourself is not prophecy at all, but the sorry sayings of a selfish sinner. But you, O God, my Father, you will kill self-seeking when at last all things you hate burn. Give a man mercy, give it to him, and see how he repays. Does he give mercy, or does he continue to take? O my Father, teach me your ways. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Forgive a man, forgive him, and see how he repays. Does he forgive, or does he continue to wound? O my Father, my Lord, my God, I have not forgiven as you have forgiven. Hear my repentance, hear my cry, and grant me forgiveness for they that deal wickedness unto me. Trust is earned, bitterness is inherited. But I say, you reap what you sow. O God, my good Father, sow in me love, and weed out my bitterness. May it rot me no more. Imagine, just imagine, a grave dug by the corpse. Oh Christ, your corpse could not stay in the grave. Alas, a place you have prepared for me. God selects he that is not, to put to nothing he that is. For did he not say, I am that I am? Father, I am not. I am nothing. I am weak. I am not noble. I am nothing mighty. Alas, you select me. O Father, I thank thee. Can humility dwell with pride? Can a man both kneel and stand without moving? Can a man heal and kill without recourse? Can a man bless and curse without rebuke? O my Father, how I love you, for you are not a God who pleasures in wickedness, nor shall evil dwell with you. Show me a man stuck in his own misery, and I will show you his beloved, unable to escape it. But you, O Holy Son of God, in you is sorrow, for me, not against me. You, O God, are grieved by bitterness, wrath, anger, malice, and in you I am free from such things. Can a man kill and expect an apology? Mere words to heal? But you, my Father, your words raise even the dead. Show me a man who loves his sin, and I will show you the death that follows him. Show me my God who loves his Son, and I will show you that death he swallowed him. Which is better, to withhold wicked thoughts, or to unleash them for your own comfort? But you, my Father, you demand a chaste tongue and a renewed mind, for you delight in righteousness. Oh, help me, God, to delight in you alone. Look up to a mere man, be it a hero then or a hero now, and he will shatter your hopes. Look up to a good father who was and is and will always be, and he will become your hope. If deceit is poison and truth the cure, then he that seeks honesty, yet lies to get it, is a dangerous companion. But you, God, O God, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, you cannot lie. There is a man who hates his brethren, even if both have passed by the cross. I say, one of these men denies the cross. You can hate, O God. Must I? Keep hatred from me. Yet if I must, help me hate what you hate. Alas, I do the things that keep me from you. How can one argue with a man who denies the power of the cross? O God, I bless you now, but keep your praise ever on my lips. Keep my eyes ever upon the cross, where your wrath for me was poured out. Its power? Keep its power upon me, and rid me of the things you hate. A wolf in sheep's clothing, that is who they warn you of. I say, there is an even greater danger still, a wolf in shepherd's clothing. Christ warned me, know a wolf by his fruits, coming in the clothing of a sheep, with the staff of a shepherd. Help me, Father, help me see danger clearly, that I may yet be spared. A shepherd, you are a shepherd, they call at me. God, your word contains my unworthiness. Pity the man who is hurt. Flee the man who hurts. If I am hurt, may I be hurt for you, my King. I rage against corpses, dying men, and dead men. I have bitterness and anger. I shall never forgive. I shall never forget, says a man, unchanged and stuck in his sin. Help me, Father. Let not such roots grow deep. Tend to my vine and cut away the things you hate. Do you not know? Can you not see? The appetite of sin is never satisfied. So, Father, O Father, kill my appetite, lest I become the man I dread. There is a man who wants what he does not have, so he does not want what he does have. Satisfy me, Lord. Take my want from me, for I am weak, and I am wanting, and I trust not myself.
Men grip, men squeeze, men cling too tightly, and yet men of their pain say, if you fight me, I will abandon you. O Son of Man, no one can snatch me from your hand. There is a man that throws out as many accusations as he has against him. O Father, help me remain in you. Keep my tongue from cursing your children. Shall I defend a man in his pain? I have tried. Yes, I have tired myself of trying. I defend, yet he I defended attacks me. Alas, shall I defend such a twisting man from my wrath? Save me, Lord, save me from my wrath, for I cannot trust my ways, nor my thoughts, nor my intents. Rewrite me, God. Give me your grace for men, lest I sin in my anger. Look at a man surrounded by accusation and ask, are they true? Thank you, O God, for knowing the truth, even if I see it not on this side, and I never take justice here. I know, you know. Is it loving a man to protect him at all costs, even if you are the cost? No, it is loving a man to let him alone in his sin, that perhaps he may repent. But you, O God, you never fail. Imagine a friend whom you defend, raising your shield time and time again, inviting him in, and on the other side, then he stabs you from behind. There is a God whom I fall before, lowering my shield, bruised and battered. He heals me and raises his shield o'er me. Then he stays by my side. In anger men defend, in anger men offend. In anger, why anger? Why that look in their eyes? My God, my Father, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but you deliver him from them all. Why is it that, when I tell of all my hurt, I still feel dirty, as if I am the betrayer? To friends, to family, I rage and cry. Do I sow on hard soils? Do I feel the compassion of the unlearned? You do not deserve this, is how all seem to reply. Alas, my good shepherd, forgive me for coming to you late. I have come now, I have come nigh, and I will tell you of my hurt. We are not our fathers, says a generation who are bound to imitate their fathers. You are my son, says a God who is God. Help me imitate your son. What kind of man cannot tolerate rebuke? The one most in need of it. But you, my God, my Father, you need no rebuke. Your ways are perfect, and higher, and wiser, and wonderful. Show me anger without love, and pride without truth, and I will show you a man whose very name is bitter. But you, my Lord, in love, you keep your wrath from me. In truth, you keep pride from me. Why do many men say, my hurt comes most from God's people? I say, these are the things the apostles hate. O God, keep your church. We are fallen. We are wounding. Help us walk in wisdom toward the world. A lonely stranger comes and knocks upon my door and says, I want to know you more. I say, come, my door is open. The coffee is hot. Yet the lonely stranger merely continues to knock. Please find my door open, O my Christ. Please do not knock. Do not stand there. Come in. No, be already in. There are those who refuse to be someone else, saying they are their best selves. Yet we are told, be Christ-like. He is a better someone else. Father, you are perfect, unchanging, and in need of no change. Be thyself. A man says, I am who I am. I cannot be another. But we are told there is only one I am. The rest of us are, I ought to be another. To be like you, Father, a thing I cannot comprehend. Help me reach it, not for me, for you. There are men who carry their Bible to church weekly, and yet the words in it collect dust. There is a God who will reveal all things, even the fruit of a false prophet. How can you prove yourself to a man with no eyes for the truth? I thank you, God, for seeing me, even in my sin, even in my wandering. Your eyes are upon me. There is a man who says, I will do all that God will tell me to do, yet his Bible's pages remain unturned. There is a God who does all that he says he will do. Fear that God. There is a man who is right in his own eyes, and yet each is filled with lumber, and he is blind. There is a God who gives sight to the blind and allows us to see our unworthiness without him and our worthiness within him. There is a man who listens to his heart and calls it God. There is a God who is God and speaks not through the wicked heart. There is a man, and indeed all men are, with wicked hearts, and we dare trust it. There is a God whose heart is pure, who remakes us and dwells in our hearts. To follow the heart is to follow sin. O shepherd, you know my heart. You see its filth. Lead me, keep me from myself. Make decisions in pain, and you shall regret them. Help me, O Father, and keep me from my own folly. There is a man who wishes to forget his sins, yet not others. There is a God who cannot sin, yet forgives mine. If a man boasts he is a rebel, tell me, who was called the first? What did he build? O God, chasten me. Loving Father, scatter me not. Confuse me not. Drive rebellion from me. There are serpents who say, "Come, little child, come rest in our arms." Draw near and embrace them, and they shall rip out your heart. O my Father, take hold of my heart and hold me in your grip. The heart has one healer. Some men claim to be with him, but the heart remains unhealed. Protect me, my God. O Father, protect me from holding my pain and keeping it from you. Give heed to all a man says. Hold him to his unrepentant words, and you will drown in an endless pursuit. Shall I not show mercy? The mercy shown unto me? O God, my God, help me show mercy.
What is the heart? It is a place needed for the body. It is a place connected to the mind. Yet it is a place that feels the Spirit. And it ought to be a place for God's Spirit. The heart joins visible and invisible. And I think this is why it is hard to understand and cannot be trusted. Father, help me hear you, and not my heart, not my pain, but God, my hurt is speaking loudly now. The wounded say, I have sorrow, much sorrow. The selfish say, I know, and I know it more. The wounded say, I have sorrow, much sorrow. The unkind say, I am unmoved, here, awaiting your coming. The wounded say, I have sorrow, much sorrow. The uncaring say, no sorrow, for you are loved. The wounded say, I have sorrow, much sorrow. Why waste speech on men when we ought to pray? Oh, to my Father in heaven I ought to plead. My God, I have sorrow, much sorrow. I am hurt, real hurt. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. I am good enough. I am a good son. I am a good brother. I am a good husband. I am a good father, says one who knows not the good Father. There is none righteous, no, not one. O God, you are enough. You are a good God. You are a good Father. Help me know you more. If a man's words are bitter one moment and sweet the next, what is one supposed to hear? But you, my Father, your words are life. A man who rambles, a man who shouts, a man who speaks much, a man who prays little, a man who decides quickly, a man who deals harshly, such a man will call the righteous evil. Help me, Father. Help me be slow to speak and slow to anger. I have learned to hate. I have learned to hate a thing. I hate dragons. Father, how long before you render them extinct? The waters of truth cascade off the back of a self-righteous man, and he is left dry. O God, my Father, the righteous cry, and you heareth. How can you hear words from one invisible, from spirit, a dweller of distant and unknown heavenlies, inhabiting eternity. Can we, oh man, can we hear from such a one? I have learned we can. The Word must manifest. Yes, the Word must come. O God, my God, I thank Thee that Thou hast come. Thy name is Jesus. Sin is the villain of our tale. We are told to fight sin, to crucify sin. So let us not neglect our villain. Let us kill it. Help me, oh God, help me kill it. A shield? A sword? Grant me your Spirit, O God. Come, let us kill my sin. There is a man who sees these things and says, "This is not I, this is another. This is my brother, this is my father, this is my friend, this is my son, some other man." Well, there is a God who hears my prayers and says, "This is not I, this is another. I am your Father. I am your Redeemer. I am your God. I am." There is a man, and there are men who say and do and are all these broken things. And I would be such a man, but for the grace of God. So, shall I not give unto such men the grace of God? Amen. I have sorrow, much sorrow. All do. Most have more than I. This is a great thing I've learned. Everybody has gone through something terrible and difficult, and everybody will again. This is life under the sun, but it is not unredeemed. The pain is not purposeless. Our God is too wonderful to leave things this way. You will see Him make things good. You will. Perhaps it is now, perhaps it is then. And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan, to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure. For this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me. And He said to me, "My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. Therefore, I take pleasure in infirmities, in reproaches, in necessities, in persecutions, in distresses, for Christ's sake. For when I am weak, then am I strong." 2 Corinthians chapter 12, 7 through 10.
as long as I can't remember. While this tale may be a bit different from the rest in this book, a Christian anthology titled Of Dragons and Men, the others being allegory and poetry, this one is straight historical fiction. It is a short story that took nearly 15 years for me to write and put together. The characters within are indeed near to my heart, for my own heart is written out in one of them. This tale jostles about the things of cosmic skepticism, the eternal relevance of forgiveness, the fruit of bitterness, and other hefty thoughts. All such things are indeed reflective of my own heart and experiences in various areas, dealing with doubt and pain, forgiveness and unforgiveness. So while this might be read as mere fiction, it has made its way into this anthology for the mere fact that it is much deeper and darker than just a fictitious tale of two brothers going about in early America. It indeed contains similar elements to the painful sayings previously explored in this book. It brings to mind those concepts and works them out in characters and story. But I did say this was historical fiction. In part, it is inspired by a true event, and so we explore that event and the shady circumstances about it in this little story. But deeper than that, we explore the heart of man and the heart of God, and we continue the painful, yet Christ-focused dialogue of dragons and men. Mackenzie, our fictional lead, was an educated young man, heavily influenced by a fictional British professor named Rudolph King. In writing this, I have Mackenzie using some terms that do not translate well into our modern understanding of typical dialogue. Below is a list of terms and expressions common in the 19th and 20th century United States, England, and Scotland, which you'll probably wish you knew while reading. In order of appearance: barbigerous, bearded; aptycock, an intelligent young man; tooly, sickly; sliving, a thinly sliced piece of meat or a sparing portion of meat; flenched, when the weather looks as if it is going to get better, but never does, the day is flenched; razzled, warmed or cooked on the outside; handspurs, pains or stiffness felt in the legs after walking; knoppy, a new pen; crumpsy, grumpy; weathermouth, a patch of sky on the horizon that is sunny, it has a dense bank of clouds on either side; too high for my nut, beyond one's reach; fortnight, 2 weeks or a period of 14 days; some pumpkins, a big deal; wake snakes, get into mischief; spake, past tense of speak; shinning around, move quickly; limpsy, limp, used to refer to someone before they faint; oft, often; fockling, to fockle, make mistakes or fumble due to being tired; mundling, to mundle, to do something clumsily or do something for enjoyment regardless of the consequences; outspeckle, a laughing stock; vargle, to work messily or perform an unpleasant task; greenbacks, legal tender notes, the type of paper money used in the U.S. from 1862 to 1971; pegpuff, a younger woman with the manners of an elderly woman. In respectful memory, this story is dedicated to William Lees, Joseph Bach, James Cooper, Emma Conhoven, Albert Welster, Jacob M. Ansbach, Ernest P. Schiebel, Theodore Morris, John Cochran, Solomon Newgas, Cornelius McCarthy. Day 1, April 30, 1905. For as long as I can remember, I have been walking about the country with my barbigerous brother Harry. My name is Mackenzie Adio, said Harry, which I remember vaguely. Harry said, write all that I experience and all that I remember in this book, a journal. He said this as I have something, forgetting. Harry names it. I perpetually cannot remember all that happened to me prior to 3 Sundays ago. Harry tells me little of what happened or why we cannot abide in any of the cities we visit, but nonetheless, I keep with him. He is the total of my family and friends, although I presume, nay, I hope, I had more in my old life. We both cling to a hope that the more I write, the more I will remember. That with every page I read in this journal, I will remember those experiences, like sparks manifesting a flame, and with every memory I retain, I might abandon my Thule mind. Our hope is that at least. Harry says we have traversed the railway for 2 months now, a mere 3 weeks it has been to me. Harry has a humorous way of speaking. I speak properly, and he does not, Harry said. Educated is what he says I am, and simply the working type is what he names himself. Apparently, I used to name myself an aptycock, which Harry says was boastful. A normal dawdling day was today. We woke to our near-dead fire. When it was still darkish, we ate the sliving of rabbit Harry had caught last eventide and started. We have very few possessions: matchbox, axe, and our clothing. Harry has a pistol he always carries with him, and I am never allowed to wield it. He says I cannot hold a gun, and that before, when I could remember, I was never the gun type. You never hit anything you shot at. He spoke at me in his working type way. His eyes glanced from me then. I thought him disingenuous then, for he began mumbling things in retort. It is recalled, him doing and telling me such, for it was yesterday. A swarm of gulls were hovering where we had settled for rest. I wished to bring one down, so I requested to take a shot at the birds. Harry did not allow it. A book is held by Harry also, when the sun rises. It is small, and he keeps it tight to him when we walk. He says he lets me read it, but the memory of such is not with me, although not much of anything is. All he does is to protect me, said Harry the week last. Sometimes I wonder if he is incorrect or deceiving. I ought to trust him. I do, but he has not told me why we are living the way we are. He has not told me why we cannot settle forever. And the bother is this: perhaps he hath told me before my weak memory. Though I know myself little, I can say I hate being daft. Day 2, May 1, 1905. The question was asked of him today: why must we go forth and not back, sojourn and never settle? The right is mine to know, but this journey is not his alone. A right? You ain't got no right to know, he said in his drawn-out and proper voice. I am not well at conflict, I suppose, for nothing was said by me after. When you remember, then you will know. It surprised, being said properly by Harry. It is not false. The past cannot be remembered. Yet some things can. Words. A flurry of words is remembered. I use words I am not even sure Harry knows what they mean. Harry is my brother. I remember this. The normal, daily necessities of life, details and situations are remembered, as long as it is an object within the dealings of my previous 3 weeks. It is my wish I had written in this journal when I had first awoken, to be able to turn to that page and read of what happened, where I was, who was around me, if I was hurt. It pains me as if I will never know. For I ask Harry, and he angers, and to repeat would be the same result, ending void of answers, and the effort for naught. It is a flenched late day right now, and we are still by the track. Harry went into the trees to find food for us, and left me here to build a fire, which I have not done yet, although myself would enjoy being razzled. That is our normal schedule. We walk along the track until it gets darkish, or we get a handspurs. I'm often the latter. Then he goes and finds a supper, and I make the fire. It is the same practice every single day. It is dauntingly without daunt. Day 8, May 9, 1905. Religion and Politics. Whilst I remember nothing of anything of such, I seem to have been a fanatic of sorts in my day, in those days of light. Now I sit in darkness, unknowing and unremembering. I feel a fool. I am a fool, perhaps. But Harry insists I wouldn't always. I know it wrong to scoff in writing, but I feel it a-coming even now. Oh, to know what this is about. I sit by a fire again, as always. The older and bigger man is out of here, off manning, while I stay hither, seeming a husk of a man, griping about my ignorance too. I suppose Mackenzie a Dio in some days. Ha! What a foolish thing this all ought to be. Religion and politics. Harry says I know much of these things, and talk more of them. But a curious thing was said by him before him leaving this night. I was wrong, he told me. Not he, me. I was wrong. What could that bother to have been? I aim now that I was well known and understood much. I think that book Harry has is evil. I remember what I write after having read it, but nothing of what that book says. I imagine my mind, even being dumb and unremembering, holds still to the superiority of intellect Harry says had me once. Thus, I try to conclude, yes, even now in my stupidity, that the book is beneath me, or beyond me, I suppose. Perhaps it contains things beyond what a mind like mine can fathom, or things dark enough to allow a right mind to unremember them. Alas, I have no right mind, do I? Day 22, May 21, 1905. I have no memory of the first page being written, and this is the first day of my forgetting. I knew there were things that merely could not be remembered. My first lady friend, the first time a noppy was held by me, when my first employment was had, if ever I was. However, the first day is today, when the page I wrote is seen, and I know I wrote, yet it is not remembered. It is hated. I hate this, what Harry and I do and how we live. I must know why, if there is any reason or purpose for it. It seems like something is being ran from, that we run from it. Yet what? Is it a thing done by Harry? Is it a thing done by myself? I must know. Dawn approaches, and Harry is not yet awake. It will be asked of him when he awakens, and this time, arguing will occur until I have the knowledge. I must know. That did not go as hoped, or nearly well enough. I asked it of him, and he bowed his head and stared at his feet for a time. Finally, he looked up at me and said with his slanged wordage, "Mac, you need to stop asking me this." "The moment you answer it, I will cease the asking," I responded firmly. He let out a quick breath of air, not a sigh nor a laugh, but more of a scoff. "Let it go, Mac. You don't want to know." "Yes, I do," I was shouting. For what other purpose would I be asking? "Shut it, Mac. Do not ask me again," he said, yelling back, the last bit slow and well pronounced. Standing then, I pressured him again and again until he joined me in a stand and finally gave in. I had nowhere near the readiness needed for what he said. "Because I killed you, Mac," he shouted, losing his breath and sitting down on a log. His feet had his eyes after that. Awe sat me down also. I had neither the thought nor the energy to ask what that could have meant. After a long, quiet pause, Harry stood and went into the trees. I stayed behind. "Because I killed you, Mac." Will I ever know what that phrase could truthfully mean? Day 25, May 24, 1905. My Crumpsy kin and I have yet to speak. The silent days number 3 now. Hard have I tried to recall him killing me. However, I cannot. Confusion and anger is seemingly all I know of the subject. He keeps his days with the norm. Yet hearing him, I oft catch cursing in whispers while he reads that little dark book of his. Spells are what come to my mind. Maybe the lad is a strange one, something of fairy tales. Yes, I know of those. The tall man killed by the shepherd boy, the strong man with long hair cut by lust, the old man thrown into a pit of beasts. Harry tells me of them, doing so the days before my apparent death was told to me. For now, speaking does not find us two. Yea, I am no dead man, that I know. To ponder of it, if I am dead, and religion be not a falsehood, for I understand religion to be the thinkings of lesser men who need safety of what is now and to come. Ha! I should think I'm a needer for a religion based on thus. Only, if religion be not a falsehood, which I should always like to think it, then I am dead, and this is hell. Hell. That is a word Harry says amidst his casting. Sitting and rocking with his eyes shut and that book open, he oft whispers hell and heaven and Christ and other ridiculous things. Perhaps that brother of mine is a soothsayer. This railway has now been followed a great distance by us. The occasional happenstance brings the sound of a train distantly. As Harry and I are so practiced in our routine, we do not have the need to say anything to one another or look at one another. To the nearest tree line we run and hide. If no trees are around, we hide behind rocks, bushes, or hills, anything to avoid being seen. I have contemplated a number of times running toward the train and attempting to board, to get away from Harry and the chosen life he has for us. But I always think to myself that perhaps this is being done by him for my good, and that I might be in danger if I went alone. Perhaps it is his spells that keep me back. Perhaps it is those spells that keep me safe. Day 52, June 20, 1905. Faded is the confusion and angry soul I once had for Harry. There remains no memory of that conversation with him. Yet if I flip back 32 pages in this journal, I can read of its tension. And I have. All night since that page I have read it. Still nothing. Not a glimpse of a memory of what he was speaking of. Would it be Thursday? I asked Harry. Yes, he replied simply. This was not the first word spoken to one another since our altercation. On occasion he had told me to do something, or I asked him a simple question. I remember a day when we had said good morning at the early dawn, when a weather-mouth was bathing us with slivers of light. He is no sorcerer, as it happens. His mutterings are prayers, although I see no difference between spells and prayers. He has writhed at my suggestion, and pride not in his voice, but distaste, which makes me think of how bland our dinings are. Nay, that is not the point I am to make now. What I wish to write to remember is that Harry talks much of the subject of his religion. He still has me to read his spell book. I write such to see if you read this when I sleep, dear brother. And yes, the writings are still stupidity to me. Some things are strange enough to think of, the fairy tales. No, the man is sincere in his love for that little book. Such a strange thing that is. Perhaps he finds a hope in it similar to the hope I hope to have in this journal. My ponderings are tiring. Today was a quaint day to learn of things. Harry, I asked him, if something was asked of you by me, would you answer? Depends on what is asked, Mac, he replied shortly. Nothing more of what is behind us or what happened, I promise. Inquiring about what occurred had little reason now, I realized. This brother knew, but telling me gave him no comfort. And all times he did tell me something, it was tense, and our dealings soured like old game. So asking Harry the poignant questions, of which I so desperately wish to learn, is too high for my nut. I pondered perhaps if I asked about what lay forward, he would not resist. However, I wish to learn of where we are going, I did say. Our walk along the track was continued to be led by Harry, as he asked in his way, "Do you know which state we're in?" I thought not hard on this question. The answer was known. He told me a few days prior, and gracefully I remember it being told to me as if it were moments ago. Everything I have seen or heard in the previous fortnight and some days are so plain in my mind. It is as if my memory acts as a blank wall, and these conversations are sights and paintings upon it, visual but not interpretive. Yet nothing I truly wish to know is contained within this gallery of recent events. Yes, I said, we are in Montana, a state established 15 years ago. Harry responded smiling. I see you still got that amazing head of yours. He stopped walking and looked at me by turning. You want to know about the past still, yes? I was startled by the question. I knew not of what to respond with. I know all these words, and yet, presented with that question my heart so wished to ask, a response could not be summoned. You was always the smart one, Harry started. A real getter. Pa passed when we was young, so I got a job to help Ma out. You stayed in school while I worked. The years passed, and we knew you was going to be president. You knew everything. I do like writing this way. It helps me remember the voice of Harry, as if hearing him when I read. He paused a while. It felt remarkable to hear even a morsel of who I was. Frustration and happiness spurred within me. Then the accident happened, and you lost your memory. I'm sorry about that, Mac. I wish that it happened to me and not you, Harry said, turning away. It looked like a tear had found a place on his shabby cheek. The accident, I said. My remembering tried wickedly hard to bring forth a thing of it. And then I had it. The first memory of the past. The first memory from before 3 weeks. However, it was not from before the accident. It was what Harry had said to me. Because I killed you, Mac. I suppose the page, having been read every day, made that memory possible. It is not mere wordage on paper. It is the actual picture of that moment. His former anger was also remembered. The action that needed to be taken was to continue on with my previous method, speaking of what is ahead. Large was the agony within me for a subject change. When the past was heard of, who I was, who he was, it brought forth remembering. How much more could the past being discussed offer? Yet, if Harry rages again, I know forever the possibilities will be sealed. Patience is required. Montana, I began. It is quite nice here. Where is the place that is traveled toward now? Walking forward again, and as the subject changed, it made Harry content. You won't remember this, but some time back I left for a summer. I mined for Mr. Daly and the Anaconda Copper Company in Butte. I stopped in Helena much and met lots of people from all over coming to mine or buy copper. Anyways, I know you always wanted to see other cities and peoples other than Portland, so that's what we're doing," Harry trekked on. "Portland," I said, trying to remember. "A dirty and dangerous wake snakes kind of place, you always called it, Mac. Remember when I left to go south? 'Cause all them gold they found?" Harry burst out laughing. "You sent me a letter saying you hated the smells and gambling folks. Luckily for you, I wasn't gone long. Them ain't some pumpkins, I say." I smiled. To see Harry in this state was a good thing. I always got to protect my little brother. "Everything I do is to protect you. You know that, right?" he asked me. "That is known, Harry." "New York," Harry said after a few minutes of silence. "New York?" I said inquisitively. "That's where we head." "Verily? For what reason?" I asked earnestly. "You'll be told when we get there, Mac. It's a surprise." Harry smiled and walked on. I had hoped my curiosity would satisfy from conversing, yet it swelled all the more. Day 79, July 17, 1905. The days number themselves, too, since my last writing. The previous weekend saw many a thing occur. It is perfectly remembered now, yet I am aware that 3 weeks will strip this memory from me. At last, it was done. I left Harry. I boarded a train, thoughtfully lonesome, like some vagabond, and jail nearly had me also. I will begin this tumultuous tale at its conception. It was the 76th day of my writing in this journal, July 14th, a Friday evening. The day's events was finished its recording, and Harry was hunting. The fire was started, he returned, the hare was eaten, we spake unto each, and then slumbered. The day was normal. However, while I slept, a dream came to me. I awoke, knowing I dreamt, but forgetful of its contents. But with a name did I also awake. It felt not like a plain word, it felt like a memory. Evelyn. The name was apparent in my mind, but whenever it was thought of, nothing more came. I saw a coin in a fountain, a wishing well, and that coin is Evelyn. On the 64th day of my journaling, when children, we would reach into fountains to steal coins, Harry told me. And now, with that idea in my mind, I reach into the water to remember Evelyn. Yet, the pennies are shinning around. The forgetting did this, and Evelyn was not remembered. I asked it of Harry, "Who is Evelyn?" Yet a horrible, bad idea that was. "So, you remember her?" he said after a long pause. I jogged up to him. "I knew her?" I asked. "Yes, you knew her." The response given by Harry lacked tone. "Well, who was she? Was she my lady friend?" Excitement gripped me. At that question's asking, he stopped. "Not sure she would have put it that way," he slowly said. Silence radiated from him with coldness. "She told me you two had interactions." The word was the largest said by him I have heard, and it was said slowly. "Of what sorts were these interactions? My brother, I still have not the knowledge of whether she were my wife or my mother." My voice was raised louder than I have yet. I was ever close to that coin, that memory, but it felt as if the water deepened. "That's enough of the questions, Mac." Harry's retort was brittle. "Harry!" My shouting was as loud as it could be. My rage made me hot. "I can't remember anything." Sad, then even now, I wept as if I were a child. "You know nothing of what is likened to this. Please tell me anything." "No, Mac. You've asked too much this time. We're done." "Who is Evelyn?" I screamed. "Your lover." Harry's voice was loud and masculine.
It startled me. Our feet were gazed at until he continued, and she was... He stopped himself. I could see him tremble. I was silent. I would not dare risk ending this talk. I had pried him open, and I was about to see what was inside. And she was some man else's wife. I stared at him, a blankness on my face, I am sure, cheeks still and ears heavy. Then, to protest the revelation, not sure if in defense of myself or instinct or perhaps even memory, I started to say, I would never, but he stopped me. Meeting my eyes' gaze and enraged, Harry hit me. Despite remembering recent events, the moments before my body met the ground were dark. I remember looking up at Harry through blurred vision and limpsy, walking away. A mouth of blood I spat to the ground, but soon all sights were in darkness. The next day was a Saturday, July 15. The blow to my head and my exhaustion made me slumber all day and night, I suppose. The sound of an approaching train awoke me. It was barely dawn time. I looked up past the hedge of bush we encamped behind and saw the train billowing smoke. It was not traveling speedily. Harry was seen lying on the ground. I was not sure if he was asleep or not. The train began to pass, and that is when my fogged mind let my body do the acting. I was absent, and not in control of what was being done, which was running toward the moving train, in fact. Once I had caught up to the train, it was found a ladder leading to the roof as I ran beside. My ears heard Harry yell, "Mac!" from behind me. A ladder rung was grabbed and I let my body loose. Once my feet were off the ground, one brought itself to the bottom rung and I was on. I could not find the strength to climb or shift, so I clung to that ladder until the train stopped, which I know not of the time that passed before it did, but it was midday or late morning. "Mac!" I heard again. Harry had followed me. He had left all our accompaniments and pistol to pursue me. The ladder was climbed down before I saw Harry coming toward me in sprint, and then, like a bandit, he was toppled to the ground by some uniform-wearing man. My surroundings then revealed we were on a platform, a station. Another man in a uniform approached me and, grabbing my arm, he said to come with him. A room had us sitting next to each other, with the uniformed men. It was made apparent the law had not been observed by us boarding and riding without documentation. The fury I had on Harry subsided by replacing itself with fear. Not much of what was happening was understood by myself. Interestingly, because my brother was there to endure it with me, I was glad. Harry had told the officers we were poor men. Something curious was also said by him. He told them our surname was Black, which it is not, or at least he has spake to me a deal many times. Even in recounting this day, I cannot tell you myself which is what and what is truth. Ha! Onward I write. I am sorry, Harry, I whispered to him. The uniformed men were afar in the office. I want to trust you with the truth, Mac, but if you keep doing stuff like this... He paused. I don't know if it's right for me to tell you. This was spoken rather properly. Yes, Harry, I began. Once we are done here, can we take the train to New York and be done traveling? I asked, it being realized, for what felt close to the 100th time, the future simply being focused on, and not the past, was what was required of me. We just need to run your names by the sheriff's office, one of the officers stated unto Harry and me with a seemingly genuine smile. Just to make sure you are nobody dangerous. Once we are done, I'm willing to let you two be on your way. Purchasing a ticket next time you take a train is all I ask for. It was said by him in a very friendly manner. Something was ignited in Harry by this comment. Tension was seen in him, and as soon as the man's back was turned, Harry leapt from his seat and grabbed my arm with a great force. "Come on, Mac!" he yelled at me in a whisper, leading us out of the room. I knew commotion was behind us, but neither of us turned. The train we had arrived on was beginning to leave the station, and we were soon on it again. Luck is with us together, I suppose.
The seats were rushed to by people, and the storage was quick to be filled with bags and such, so this made ease for Harry and me to happen unnoticed. Harry seemed to know the men would be shortly behind us. A closet hid us until we could feel the train moving. "Promise me you're never gonna do that again," Harry whispered. "I promise." My reply was quiet and true. The closet door was opened slowly, and Harry peered out, his hands stiff. He stepped forward and gestured for me to follow. The cabin was half full of people. We found an empty set of seats and took them. No one seemed to notice us, and my wonderings may be confirmed now. We are running from the law. We, or one of us, are criminal. Day 116, August 23, 1905. Another train has us for New York, and it ought to get us there in a few weeks, Harry says. I think we have stopped in every possible city there could ever be, boarding and unboarding at most stops, avoiding the uniformed men, and now that we see people, Harry has been finding some money. Some stations prove strict for tickets. Oft I wonder if the right direction is being traveled toward. We are just looking for a train that will take us straight there, says Harry. Perhaps the event on July 15th has us trying to avoid it. When I turn to that page, I cannot help but wonder what that uniformed man may have heard from the lawmen about a Herald and Mackenzie Black. I dare not ask Harry. The dealings and thoughts and tensions between Harry and I proved well. Only once has my actions enraged him since our change in lifestyle. From Portland to New York is where I told a nice lady across the aisle of a train we were headed. She was pretty and friendly, but Harry quickly rushed us along, scolding me as we went. It does bother me. The only interacting with a person I can remember is with Harry. Her and I may have become acquaintances. Perhaps we could have courted too. I will never know. And still, I know nothing of my apparent lover, Evelyn, another man's wife. I understand that is a wrong thing, and I wonder if that is why we are the way we are. I thought maybe it was something Harry had done. I dread thinking I did this upon us, but it will never be known. At least it seems that way. Day 123, August 30, 1905. A droll thought. Harry reads his fairy tale book daily, as I write in mine storybook the same. Each other and 2 cursed books is all our names have. Which is the more true? I know not. At least mine is a thing of life, not a thing of fairy tales. Day 135, September 11, 1905. At last, New York has finally seen our arrival. We are on an elevated railway. Never have I seen a thing similar. It travels through the air at a height that is a true spectacle. I find it incredible, and it seems to be found the same by Harry. We arrived at Grand Central Station yesterday evening. Harry said we were to ride on the elevated rail. He said that we would not be seen that way. He seems to understand now that I know we are avoiding people, especially the police. An alley had us awake in it all night, which has left me fockling today. We used a new elevator to reach the railway. It was something. Once Battery Place is reached, Harry says, we have one more trip to make, and then we will be able to stay in one place. I am very excited. I still haven't an idea as to what happened to me, but the thought of being able to live a normal life with Harry gives me apathy for the truth. The train is moving very fast. As I look out this window, I can see the... Day 153, September 29, 1905. This blankness of paper has had my eyes for near a week. I have not written since September 11, and I haven't a clue as to how to begin again. I know the events must be recorded, and what has been spoken to me whilst behind these bars must be etched, but where to begin? How? Enchant my tears stain the page so that this ink runs to the floor? I have been given new clothes, and after rifling through it, by sweet luck, I have been returned this journal, but it has sat open and only flipped through only. Nothing can I write here. Day 154, September 30, 1905. The memory of what happened in the previous weeks is distant, and has my head hurting when thought of it. But I must try to write of the events. I know I must, before the memory has slipped forever, and my forgetting has me lodged in this jail forever. New York had us on the elevated train. Harry was there. I remember writing in this journal. A man across from me started talking to me. He asked me what I was writing. A journal, I told him. He lent me a smile. His age was nearly twice mine. He told me that he loved writing and painting. He was so very friendly. His name was James Cooper. I remember loving our conversation because it was so warm. We only talked about his work, which I suppose to some may seem uninteresting, but for me, it was a thing I was not used to, a normal conversation. I remember it all so clearly now. The train had itself filled with all kinds of people on their way to work. There was a beautiful young woman. She could not have been more than 25. A tall man with dark skin stood opposite her, gazing out the window. Two younger men in their early 20s sat next to each other. They were talking about their work as well. I overheard one of them say he was an electrician. So many people who had families and futures bustling about their lives innocently. And Harry. The train crashed. I remember the train turned, and there was a loud screeching sound and then a massive jolt, after which there was a moment where the air caught me floating, lifting me off my seat, and then the train hit the street below. No more than a few minutes could have passed before I awoke. I looked to my left and saw many dead bodies, some crushed and some impaled by large pieces of metal. I crawled out of the wreckage and lay on the street. There were dozens of people screaming and crying, and no more than 10 feet from where I lay in the wreckage, I saw a thing most horrific, a headless body. It was known who it was near immediately. Though bloodied and mangled, I recognized that brown suit-clad painter. It was Mr. Cooper. At that moment, I remember, my thoughts led to Harry. I sat and looked back at the train and tried to catch a glimpse of him amidst the flames, but I could not. I started to feel strange. My vision was fading, and I could feel my body grow limpsy. I fell backward onto the street. Just before my head hit pavement, a hand viciously grabbed my shoulder. That memory was the last I had of the accident. A dark and cold room had me awakened inside. It was this jail cell, where criminals are kept. I'm not sure how many days it was before I was visited by a man. He explained it all. He put before me the September 12th newspaper. He threw it at my feet, and on the front was a picture of the crash, the 9th Avenue derailment. It read, 11 confirmed dead, many injured. Harry, I whispered to myself. Yes, said that cold man, your brother is dead. The words stung me. I remember as if I had been stabbed. My body was sore all over from the crash, but a new pain surged through my body at the hearing of that. I will never forget those words. The man went on to tell me who he was and why I had been arrested. He said his name was Devant, and that he had been chasing my brother and me for almost 9 months. First, an explanation as to why he was chasing us was not given. However, he did explain how he caught us, or rather, how he caught me. I have memory of his awful words as clear as a cloudless day in my head. Mackenzie Adio, the younger brother of Harold Adio, a mundling out speckle, daft and without memory like Ansel born in Pennsylvania. He spoke in his deep voice. He had a thick accent like a Scot. I was commissioned by the Portland Police Bureau to find you two, caring not about being Virgil. That's my job, you see. When boys like you and your brother do something bad, I hunt them. You were a very wanted man, Mr. Ideal. You were tracked all across and around Northern America. The pattern you traversed on made little sense. Alas, some chatter of vagabonds, Harold and Mackenzie Black, came to me, hopping from train to train, getting caught once, only to flee again. Finally, a woman telephoned saying she talked to a young man who resembled your description. From Portland to New York is what she said. Now I figure there was only one reason you boys would be heading for New York, a freighter to Europe. So I changed course and wandered Grand Central for a week before I spotted you boys. You certainly knew what you were doing. Headed 2 miles northwest before camping that night out and boarding the elevated rail at 59th Street headed south. I was lucky you came in at night and had to wait till morning to ride again. I wished to find you and kill you both in the night, but you were lost until you came back to the elevator. Oh, lacking Providence be with me still. I know you likely recall not the setup. The train was doomed to wreck someday, travelling about the city like that. Man ought not to, I say. But a thought came to me to have you killed in a way no one would suspect. I used the nearest telephone to contact the IRT, where I spoke with a switchman. Jackson was his name. Jackson was able to aid me in stopping you. He coordinated with one named Kelly, the motorman of your train. My heart was racing. What he was to say next was almost sure. I scribe this now, knowing not every word may be exact, but this is what he said. This is his confessional. I told them to crash your train, the heartless man said, after looking to the left and right. You see, you dead is what I needed, said the man. They said they knew just the place. 53rd Street Junction is what they said, so that's where I went. I told them they'd be handsomely paid in greenbacks. I wondered why so much detail allowed this evil man to share. He revealed that, because of my forgetting, he felt his confession would not condemn him. The switchman Jackson asked me why, and I told him that 2 extremely dangerous men would ride the first morning train. Death or capture is what must come to these men. Whether he did it out of greed or patriotism, I do not care. My eyes met his as I looked up, and words found no place upon my lips. Rage settled and swelled in my heart. The man smiled. A report came in from the IRT that the train was driven by Kelly 3 times faster than it should have, and the curve was taken at just enough speed to have his car clear and the rest crash. It was quite a spectacle. The second bridged into a building before descending with the third cars. Lucky the one you were in plummeted to the street. 13 people died. The papers don't even have it right yet. Did you know that? 11 innocent riders of the train died in the accident, and a woman on the street below the tracks was crushed. The last, and most definitely the least, was your pathetic brother, Harold. His death and your capture made the expenses worth it. I remember staring at him, through the tears running down my face, wishing I could hurt him. Every bit of me wanted to attack this man. The violent inkling I felt was new to me. I had seen it in Harry when he hit me, but never myself. He knelt down in front of my cell, putting his face close to the bars, and stared back into my eyes. Do you want to know why I'm telling you this, Adil? Confession. My sins will never see the light, but now they have been spoken, so I thank you. I shook my head as my emotions paralyzed me as this devilish man continued. As I ponder it now, he makes me hate religion, but love it if at least I can know the truth. The darkness of my mind seems to be ending as I learn. I can fathom whatever shews darkness as light, but evil is the man who casts it on me. Spells and sorcery. Religion is the darkest of all, perhaps. He continued with his confession. And why did I do all this? My job is to detain. No, this was more than professional. These lengths were gone to because you took her from me. She is gone because of you. My thoughts were so swift. Evelyn came to my mind. She was my lover, and another man's wife, Harry said. The rage that swelled within was muddled with confusion now. The two most felt emotions in my life. I said nothing. Can you even remember what you did? The man asked me. No, is all I said, and it was quiet and drawn. Evelyn Adele was her name. She was a beautiful peg-puff and a mature lass, and my love was hers. Hers was mine also. Yet she was circumstantially married to your brother Harold. The man was standing at this point, looking at the wall across from my cell bars. With wide eyes, I'm sure, knowledge found its home in my troubled mind, in my troubled, forgetting mind. Evelyn was married to another man, Harry. But I was not her lover, this Devant was. Yet Harry believed it was I who loved her. Even now my heart has ached at the thought of it all. Patience sat in me, while I too sat in the cell, waiting. Devant continued to say, one day, she told me guilt had found her failings. She then went and told you about us, about our love. You told her you weren't the one she should be telling, but that Harold should be told. You also told her that Harold would forgive her, and that leaving me right then would be the best thing for her. Mr. Adele, you haven't the slightest truth of how ignorant that was of you to say such a thing. The man had paused. He looked to his left and right again, to ensure he was still lonesome. He looked straight at me again with red-faced. She listened to you. She told Harold she had been having an affair. An affair! I was her love, and Harold the adulterer, if ever that was the truth. She even told him she was going to leave the man, he continued. He knelt again, peering between the bars at my shuddering face. Alas, I shot her in her home after going to change her mind. You had turned her against me, and I was angry. I left my pistol, which was personal if you wonder, on the floor next to her and hid in the yard. I must tell you, Mr. Adele, it is truly a relief to finally tell someone about all this. I feel as if I finally get to bury the hatchet with Evelyn and find forgiveness with God. I know your forgetfulness will be my saviour. You may not even remember this tomorrow, will you, lad? My cell had me sitting in utter shock. Many blasphemies against truth were spoken. Forgiveness! Daft religion! I write this now. Such a dull and foolish thought to be forgiven by confession only. Doth not a good God require change? Can a man sin so horrendously and merely speak it and it not be held against him? Shan't sin be punished? But there is that man breathing and a dozen innocent dead and my brother. For what? The lust of some devil and his revenge for his own crime against that which he could not have? I scream and curse at this. Surely some good God in the sky would punish such evil. If God would not do such, then I reckon then I ought to. But much of what he said, nay, all of it, stunned me to stillness, for I did not even remember any of what had been said of my advising Evelyn. I shook my head at him, perhaps in defiance at the time. From my sight, I saw you enter the house. Your scream was petrifying, but Harold's yelling only 10 minutes after was more harrowing. I heard him shout in a struggle. Moments later he was fleeing his own home, dragging your bloody corpse to the railway track that lay south of the house. Only it was apparently not your corpse, for here you be. Perhaps that is where the loss of memory came from. Alas, when I came in after, you were gone. The second floor still had your sister-in-law dead and cold, and there was a large pool of blood at the bottom of the stairs. Harold must have found you with my pistol next to you and his dead wife on the floor. He would have figured everything out and come to the conclusion that you were the one she was loving. You boys struggled, and from what I heard and saw of your blood, he killed you down those steps. He probably wanted to kill you, and to him I'm sure he did. Why he ran off with you I do not know. That's what I surmise. As for my being on you, I knew your family before such, so I waited the next day to comment to the station. Told him I'd do this job for low pay. Oh, the sweetness of this all. Ain't it something? Got paid for my revenge, and the truth died with your brother. He died a dishonoured man, and shall forever be remembered as a criminal. And might I add that events played well into this plot. One dead and one hair in this cell. At that suggestion, the man laughed. My ears were finished with listening. At the notion of Harry's honor being stained, I could not bear this evil man. I had been angry with Harry. I had been confused by his misleading. But this truth that Devant put forth aligned with all that Harry had done. He told me he killed me, and he did because he thought I loved his wife. Suddenly, similar to when the train beckoned me to board without Harry, my anger strengthened and thrust me forward to the man's neck. My hand gripped through these bars and pinched. It was only a brief moment before my hand released its hold on that devil. His life could not be taken. By God, I still wonder if I should have. If not for my revenge of my unknown sister and my beloved brother, for the others slain by his recklessness. But I remember regret lived in Harry's eyes from his murder. Even if I am breathing, my mind died. I remember it. His eyes. When he said I was killed by him, there was anger and pain too. I think Harry would want me not to kill the man, having tasted revenge and its putridity. I do hope the light brings his actions up into sight. Now that this has been written, it is known forgetting will not keep what he has done hidden, at least never in my mind, for I shall read this daily and perhaps scribe things I am still to recall, and I still cannot remember if it is even true. As much as I have this man's confession written upon paper, what can make it stand? The foundational report of a stupid and forgetting jailed man like me? The man struggled to his feet as a guard rushed into the hall. "It is time to go, Mr. Devante," said the guard. "Thus, I will sit here, behind my bars, and I will keep..." September 13, 1905. A letter from Mr. Rudolph King. Dearest Mackenzie, I write to you now, with tears in my eyes, but gladness in my heart for your finding. First, I am deeply sorry for your loss of Harold and of Evelyn. I shall come to that soon, yet forgive me for not seeing you when I may have. I must write with care, for I know well that this letter may not find your eyes only. I have missed you, lad, more now than ever, knowing where you are and what predicament you are in. I should start by telling you of your innocence, not of my belief in it, but in its truthfulness. Let that be of hope to you. I did come to Harold after the tragedy, whether by accident or planning, I shall not write here for my own sake. Yet you know I am no fool. Coming to him, or upon him, if that were the case, I pleaded to see you, if you were not dead. The scene at Harold's house was gruesome, and a second death was clear. But he insisted, yes, we were in the woods then, following along the railroad, that you were alive, but not safe. He explained what he thought of things, which I took lightly. It did not sound like the Apticock I knew. No. Let me tell you what he thought. You were having intimate relations with your own sister, Harold's wife, and had killed her in jealousy. While he said she had not named the man, he had found you, gun in hand and a dead wife on the floor. Anger came to him then, and struggling, you fell, and from the looks of it, serious head trauma occurred. Know that I have discussed with some of our scientific colleagues, and studies are being done to determine this forgetting, as Harold mentioned. But at our meeting, I did suggest to him you record your happenings and read them regularly. I hope this helped with the forgetting. I hope you were faithful in the journaling. It gave me pleasure, wondering if, even in the fog of remembering nothing, you were still my pupil, listening to my voice and engaging in my experiments. I am laughing at the thought of it. But to the matter of your brother's heart for you. That man loved you, Mackenzie. Even in his rage and betrayal, he loved you. I did investigate his claims of your affair, and determined it could not have happened. I know not if you remember, but Evelyn was a friend of yours from school, and you had introduced her to your brother, wanting her as a sister, even in those early days. You loved her, yes, but as a sister, not a lover. I am sorry to say I did not defend you much in front of Harry, for my shock, and for what he said about another matter. I shall get to that soon. I did scour your flat, and Harold's home, and Evelyn's belongings, all with allowance from authority for my prestige, I should add. And I found letters of great vulgarity, written to Evelyn by a man with a strange hand, and even without your penship, it is plain to see these were by a different man. While the letters are not signed, I have given them to the lawmen to keep. If I find the real man, whom I believe to have killed your sister, I will entice him to write me something. Oh, that he be damned by an old man like me! At last, I must write to you of your brother again, and what he spake unto me on the night of my coming. Faith, Mackenzie, he was a man of faith. When he told me all that he believed you to do, he said despite it all he forgave you. I was baffled by such a claim. He said it did not come at an instant, but it was shown him by a little book he carried around with him. He pulled it from his breast and showed it to me. It is that book which you and I have tirelessly worked to dismantle. Do you remember it? The Holy Bible. I once thought it a foolish meandering of abusive rules and language. Find any of my papers on the matter, and you can see my heart was stone. But it is no longer, Mackenzie. This is not a thing of fairy tales. For Harold has shown me the heart of the book, and its heart is a great love that I still wrestle to fathom. He told me he forgave you because of something he had read. I scoured the book for it when I return to my study, and shall write it for you here. And be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God, for Christ's sake, hath forgiven you. The Epistle of Paul the Apostle to the Ephesians, chapter 4, 32. Mackenzie, ponder how profound it is for your brother to have forgiven you, even with the thought of fornicating with and murdering his dear wife, because he felt his own forgiven sin greater than yours unto him. Ponder it! I was stricken. Your great brother then told me his own trespasses against the law of God were worthy of his own death. He quoted that too, which I later found to be another writing of Paul in his epistle to the Romans. That I shall not cite for you, because I wish you to find it on your own. That is quite the read, and I have read it thrice, without breaking the surface of its depth. And more unforgiveness I have found in the Gospel according to St. Matthew and St. John, and Paul to the Colossians. Mackenzie, even in my toilings against God, Christ has found me. Christ has shown me my own error, and the beauty and depth of his forgiving mercy, and to wipe away my guilt and tears. This is what your brother had tasted, which caused him to go to great lengths to hide you, and even dying, he loved you. Ha! Such reminds me of Christ himself, for it is written, But God commendeth his love toward us, in that, while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. And herein is love, not that we loved God, but that he loved us, and sent his Son to be the propitiation for our sins. The first is from Romans, I mentioned, and the latter from the 1st of John. Read them, dear lad. I have included in this letter a parcel of things to keep you time. First, the Holy Bible. I was permitted to have this of Harold. It was his, and I think it fitting for it to be yours. I purpose to keep my words short on the subject, for God's own words, written in this wonderful book, are of greater effect than anything I could write. Read it, Mackenzie. Second, I have included for your pleasure a new book by a young Scot, John Buchan. This is his latest, The Half-Hearted. It is a worthy read. You remind me of Lewis. Take that lightly now and well by the last page, would you? I hope you can begin your novel again upon your return. I imagine it being rather different than when you had first begun. Life does seem to change an author. I long to see your smile again. If you can, write to me. Know that I am working for you in court here. I pray the journaling has continued and has helped. Remember, lad, please remember. I do love you. Your father in study, and perhaps faith, Rudy. Day 155, September 31, 1905. It is with the most joy within and upon me that I write to you now. Yester eve I received a parcel from someone who once knew me, although I do not remember him. He calls himself Rudy, my father of sorts. Oh, the tears that flow from me now! He wrote a letter to me upon my discovery and jailing. I have stuck it in yesterday's place, for I could write no more after receiving and reading his words. I have now Harry's Bible, not the little one he carried with him, but a larger one, rich and leather. It is something. This must have cost him a fair amount. Mr. Rudolph has insisted I read it, and I have. Many joys has it brought me, and is bringing me. I do not know yet why none of it were of sense to me prior, and why now I can suddenly see, but I understand it to be the grace of God, not an arbitrary thing of unsense, but a thing of the God of all things. And one of my new joys is knowing Harry forgave me of my wrongs, even if I had not committed them. What a thought that is! I only wish he knew. Many queries of God still are with me, queries, but not anger. I cannot yet justify the means of Devant, and I still hope hell upon him. But reading this Bible, it does not seem fair or proper or just to blame God for the sins of a man. Oddly, it seems to be written Christ hath offered to take blame from men. But something strange is required of a man to have his sins forgiven. Being born again. Or at least, this is what I perceive from St. John chapter 3. But I wonder of it all still. If I am that, then I see the kingdom of God with forgiven eyes. A strange concept, to be sure. I know then this Devant, though he spake of God and confession, has not cast his cares upon Christ, as the first epistle general of Peter guides, nor is he, that is the wicked Devant, a new man. For, if he is, I should think his doings impossible, or at least an unlivable guilt would burn in him as it had Harry. Indeed, this Devant seems more anti-Christ than of Christ. Oh, Harry, I wonder if, in death, he is free from such guilt. For I know him to have been a man of God, and such men may see death as gain. This was read also by me in this Bible. Perhaps all my findings in it should be written here too. I think I shall begin the days with such from now on. Perhaps Rudy will read them one day and help my understanding. And of knowledge I have much to do. I must continue in writing of each day's happenings, hoping one day I will remember, that one day healing will come to my mind, and I may share the truth of what happened. With Rudy's letter and my scribe conversing with Devant, I feel I know little but enough that such testimonies shan't hold in law. Yet, if I could recall and state, a witness we would have. I could lie, though I hate that I wrote this, for what credibility is there in a man that would even ponder such? Much changing have I to do if I am to be a man like my elder brother. Much I wish I could remember now, so I can bring honor to Harry's name. He deserves to be seen as the man he was. He will be, however, thought of as a criminal for as long as I can't remember. The 9th Avenue derailment. This was a true event in history. The 9th Avenue derailment of the Interborough Rapid Transit IRT Company's elevated railway was the first and worst elevated train derailment in the United States. Although Mackenzie, Harry, Evelyn, Rudolph, and Devant are fictional characters, this event did indeed happen. Below are some facts that pertain to this traumatic accident. 13 people perished. One was unidentifiable. The real date of the derailment was September 11th of 1905. It was the first derailment of an elevated train in North America. The motorman of the train's name was Paul Kelly. He was traveling 3 times faster than he should have. Cornelius Jackson was the switchman who supposedly had given Kelly the incorrect signal for the track, causing confusion, although Jackson was said to not have been at his post during the accident. Nobody truly knows, or has recorded publicly, why Paul Kelly did what he did. Due to his speed, the crash happened so that Kelly's locomotive cleared the wreckage. Kelly fled after the crash and was found 2 years later. The second car of the train penetrated a nearby apartment building, hovering over the bloodied street below, one end inside a woman's home, the other on the track. Soon after, it descended to the street below with a third car. The woman in the home, Mrs. J.G. Crow, recalls the event as written in the Evening World of September 11, 1905. The New York. Quote, "Most of these who came through from the car to her home were men," said Mrs. Crow. "But there were a few women, and they were treated brutally by the men, who acted like maniacs. They thrust the women aside, rushed through the room and down the stairs to the street, with apparently no thought for the safety of any one but themselves. There must have been 50 or 60 of them who escaped in this manner. Just inside the two windows, I had a large cabinet, which contained a number of my wedding presents, some old relics of my parents' families, and other things I prized very highly. This was hurled to the floor by the excited passengers, and everything in it destroyed. After, insert her, children were safe, I went back and looked out of the window. On the sidewalk was a great crowd of people, and above them, just toppling from the structure, hung one of the cars. People were falling from the car to the sidewalk, and I saw it start to fall." End quote. I do not believe this tale was a departure from the previous writings in this anthology. While most of the elements and themes of this tale are fiction, there are things that are not. For instance, Mrs. Crow's comments in the descriptive ending, men acting like maniacs, caring for only themselves and their own safety. When in dire situations, do we not all behave like selfish beasts? After all, are we not just that at our core? For there is none who does good, no, not one. And yet we see an overwhelmingly Christ-like forgiveness displayed in the true protagonist of the tale, Harry. Wronged unspeakably, he forgave supernaturally. But that is what love and forgiveness are, truly against our nature and from God alone. While this might be historical fiction, the faith expressed by Harold Dio and Rudolph King is genuine. Faith in the forgiving and redemptive love and work of Jesus Christ. We have often thought throughout these pages on the themes of sin and forgiveness, anger and pain. This short tale, I believe, and aimed to write as such, embodies the hope of forgiveness. Even the worst of men can be forgiven and saved, and the call of a Christian is to thus forgive. If the Lord brings one to repentance, perhaps even one who caused us unspeakable pain, we are commanded and commended to forgive even the worst of men. These things are the crux of the message in my book of Dragons and Men, forgiveness and unforgiveness. After all, this is our Christ's example. For God commendeth his love toward us in that, while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Alas, this is not a thing of fairy tales.
Bitter's End. To all those who inherit pain and bequeath it, to those who forget forgiveness, to bitter's end. The old man sat still upon a dusty armchair. It was noon, and a dry day lingered on before his squinting gaze. The sun was high, but hidden behind that veil of smoke from distant fires. Alas, the foreland was hued with a yellow musk. The foreland, his land. Not the old man's, but the man that was with him. Yes, another man, a true man, sat there. This other man owned the porch on which the armchair sat. His name was Bitter. Bitter, too, sat on a wooden chair, looking out over his fields and hills and his long gravel drive that led to the rural road which connected to town. a little town, one forgotten or unknown by most. Bitter liked it that way. Less folks. At his best, he tried not to heed the old man that kept him company. He needed it that way, lonely and lonesome. The fields he once worked and the pastures he once kept held no crops nor herds in those days. Bitter was old, and his land unkept, overgrown and dried out. He had eaten the last of his cattle that winter. Now he lived off military rations, the ones he bought as a young man in preparation for some end that never came. Some end that never came. He should have liked to die many years ago, many lives ago. But there he sat, alone on that dusty porch, in an old armchair. But he was not alone. The old man was with him, sitting in a chair that was often too empty. "Another?" asked the old man. "Another," said Bitter. He poured himself a glass of dark wine. It was not a fancy glass like his late wife used to enjoy the drink from. It was an old canning jar, and he filled it right up. The bottle hit the porch with a hollow thud, and down went the red. Bitter swallowed loudly and sighed. "Why am I called Bitter?" he asked aloud. "You need me to show you again?" asked the old man. Bitter grunted. The answer was yes. And with that, Bitter slept, right there on the porch at midday, and the old man gave him dreams, memories, reasons for his name, reasons to be bitter. The first was not all that bad. Meeting a beauty named Past. At first, Bitter was a war boy, not knowing his father much. He saw it then before him, as if walking through a house of memories in his deep dreams. His name was Bitter now, but before he might have been called Innocence, until the ripe age of 5 when the whipping started. Bitter's father drank himself into frenzies and did what a man never ought to do to a child and his mother. Bitter heard the sounds, the yells, and relived those wretched sights. He stood, holding his sorry heart, watching those familiar scenes play back in that room. He wished he could shut that door, leave that house, and waken himself, but he was in a stupor, and the old man did not let him run. Then Past came along, her hair flowing whimsically as he had remembered it. She began leading him down another hall of shadows toward another imaginative room of memory. They passed through a threshold and into God's green nature. They came skipping into a field filled with warmth and love, and kissed one another the way newlyweds do. But this honeymoon memory was just that, and when they had come to their own apartment, Bitter, who had named himself thus for the beatings in his childhood, had begun to recognize himself. Not the innocence he had once been, or even the sweet version of himself he had been to win a woman like Past. Bitter recognized his own father in himself. Hand to the bottle, and backhand to Past's cheek. Soon Past would have a son, called First. What a kind little boy he was. But not 10 years into his own age, that beautiful little boy was beaten the same as his father was, by First's own father, Bitter himself. Presently, Bitter looked on those terrible memories of the past. How he hated them now. He was nothing but a shell of his father, emptied long ago, taking his own internal pain out on these precious two. Past wanted out, and Bitter knew this. Even then, without chance for repentance or reparation, Past and First fled. They sailed someplace to be never seen again, forever out of Bitter's drunken grasp. Bitter would tell others they had died of flu, saving himself embarrassment, and further pain. So, when Beautiful came into his life, Bitter jumped at her. She was sweet, ladylike, and fair-colored. She was entangled in a marriage also. This made their affair exciting. Soon Bitter and Beautiful would have their own son, called Beaten, although his name was Redemption at first. So now the couple was a family, yet each had another spouse of sorts. Beautiful belonged to another patriarch. Bitter belonged to a woman fleeing him. In the process of time, Bitter forsook the memories of past and first, and Beautiful left her husband too. Somehow she saw Bitter was worth it, or maybe the concoction of joy and shame in bringing redemption into the world made her do it. Beholding that deep room of his life's memories, Bitter turned his eyes. He saw the pain past felt and the child he left. He saw it all now, like a sad living painting on a black wall of ghastly memories, basking in the horrors of his actions. Alas, Bitter beheld, as if being pulled back into those memories, Beautiful and his younger self married. Well, that was when Bitter showed himself again, his father. The hurt, the drink, the beating came again, and Beautiful became crippled. Redemption became beaten, and Bitter's new family was not anything newer than his first, because Bitter was the same old man. Bitter ran, running from that dream the old man showed him. That was the worst yet. His inescapable self, that drunken dragon within. He had taken him unto even this second love, and he was still the same man, and he hated him. Well, hating did not help much. The old man kept showing him that wretched man, his self. Bitter wished that was a former self, some old flesh. But it was Bitter. It was him. Again and again and again, he saw and saw such horrors he had done. Then Bitter wished he could wake, not just to escape, but to come to another bottle. So he awoke, looking beyond at his dry ranch and the land of dust and smoke before him. The old man sat next to him in that old armchair still, rocking and smiling. "You are bitter," he said. "I am bitter," responded Bitter. "Nother?" asked the old man. "Nother." The journey into his house was a long one. His steps dragged and his feet thudded with each one. The floorboards creaked and bits of dust and dirt scurried along as he went. Bitter found himself on his couch, slumping down and taking a bottle of harder stuff than wine in hand. Special occasions. The old man followed him, or perhaps he led the way. Then he sat next to Bitter on that ragged couch. "You'll always be Bitter," he said. Bitter grunted. He drank some of that Auburn stuff. He tried not to think of an always or an after just then. Future without hope is merely awaited misery. "You still off, beautiful?" asked the old man. Bitter wept. "Yes," he cried after a time. "Yes, I do. With all of me, I do." "Sleep again," the old man yelled. With that, Bitter slept. His head fell limp and landed on the backrest of the couch. His sleep was deep, and his dreams were full. And he saw her, beautiful, crippled, a flower withered, tired, and hardly breathing. They had grown old together after all. Bitter had become rich, too. He and Beautiful retired happily. Someone always goes first. Bitter wondered if she had given up on him. He had not laid a hand on her in a while, because Bitter had not taken a bottle in hand in a while. But some people find death sweeter than life, so she left him, or was taken. Bitter didn't know, but she was gone too early. Their son, Beaton, came around then too, first time in a long while. He brought a boy, too, a bright lad. His name was Pity. He was Beaton's son, Bitter's grandson. Beaton and Pity took the memories of Beautiful from Bitter's house in under a day. Then Beaton put Bitter where the old go to die, and Bitter had taken to the bottle again. More and more, too. After all, who would that drunk beat? All were dead and gone. Alas, bottles and bottles were found in his house, where Beautiful once lived and baked. 100 memories every day, replaced by 100 bottles, emptied and laid to rest in every corner of the place. Bitter's money left him too, although he knew not where it went. A long bill of drink and vice might have answered that question if he had asked. His liberty fled him, and he supposed that was to be expected, and even the bottle left him for a time. Where the old go to die is a somber and sober place. Bitter was sick, broken, hurt, and 10 years had passed as he wasted away, ready to die without Beautiful by his side. Those 10 years played quickly in Bitter's present drunken sleep. A short 10 years, filled with many things that he didn't care to remember then. At last, being cunning and sober for a while, Bitter had found a way home, breathing well enough, thinking well enough, and perhaps talking a lie, enough to be at peace and home, awaiting his time to return to the dust. That dust that sat ever before him on his lonely porch, a porch with 2 armchairs, one for him and one for Beautiful. He was old then, but had worked the land as long as he could, and in his returned liberty, he had taken to the bottle again. And he drank every day. So there he sat, no longer dreaming, remembering well why he was called Bitter. Even in sweet memories of a sweet woman, bitter was the end of it all. So sipped he that which was bitter, until that bottle too was gone and hollow on the ground. When, oh when, was his stone-cold heart going to quit on him and at last cause his end? Bitter didn't know, but he wondered about it as the ceiling turned black and he was left dumb on that filthy couch in a dreamless slumber. After hours or days, Bitter woke from the sound of a knock on the door. "Come in," he slurred. It was Pity. It was his one and only grandson. The door swung open with a gentle creak as dust danced in the sunlight that barged in. "Gramps," sighed Pity as he lowered himself to his knees to embrace Bitter. The old man's smell was a difficult thing to inhale. Pity stood after a moment and wiped tears from his eyes. "Forgive me, Gramps. My coming is too delayed and late. I should have come sooner." 10 years. It had been the entirety of a decade since Bitter had seen Pity. Just then, Bitter looked around the room to see if he could see the old man, as if he wanted guidance on what to say. the old man must have slipped away for a moment, for it was only he and Pity present. "I forgive you," Bitter said in a low voice, "although you've much more to forgive me of, son." Pity laughed. "Not so," he said with that kind smile of his. He wiped a hard stain off Bitter's cheek. "When did you eat last?" Bitter shrugged his shoulders. "I haven't an appetite these days." Pity stood, taking the empty bottle with him. He made his way to the kitchen in Bitter's wood-laden home, stopping at each window to pull back the curtains. Pity opened the fridge to see what he could make for his grandsire, but there was nothing there, save for more drink. With that, Pity found Bitter's coat and invited him to come to town with him. Bitter stood slowly and obliged. They drove to a diner and feasted. Bitter ate like a young man after a long day. "Dear Pity," Bitter began, "thank you for this. I haven't deserved a meal like this in many years. Say, how has 10 years been for you?" Bitter wiped mashed potatoes from his beard and swallowed the last bit of his coffee. Pity smiled at the question. "I found God again," he said. Bitter smiled too. He remembered him. "I haven't spoken to the man upstairs in a while," he said slowly. "Thankfully, he's slow with us," Pity said. "Have you a woman?" Bitter asked. "Not yet," Pity said. "I'm not ready." "No one ever is," Bitter said with a chuckle. "I wasn't twice over." Pity sat still and silent. He knew the stories, or at least the version of them told by his father, Beaton. "How is he?" Bitter asked. "How is Beaton?" "I don't know," Pity said. "I haven't seen him in a year. Bitter was keeping me from you. Then he left without leaving so much as a note. So I came to find you. I only wish I came sooner." "Bitter kept you from me?" Bitter asked, confused. "Yes, Gramps," Pity said. "For a long while he tried. He is very bitter." "Son, your father is Beaton. I am bitter." "No, Gramps," Pity said. "Not anymore. Last we spoke, you said you were no longer bitter, but you had become grateful. Grateful is your name now, and my father has become bitter, very bitter." Beaton became bitter. Bitter became grateful. He thought on this for a while. What had caused him to forget? And that was when he saw him. He saw the old man sitting at the bar of the diner. He had a cruel gaze fixed on Bitter and a strong drink in a tall glass on the bar. "My old man made me forget," he started. "And in forgetting, I am not grateful. I am bitter," he shouted as he wept. And he stood and put his arms around his grandfather. "My old man lies to me too," Pity said. "Come, Gramps, let's get home. I'll try to help you remember that you are grateful." Pity helped Bitter into his car and then started to drive. "Gramps," he said, "you remember that song you used to sing me when I was a boy?" "No," Bitter said. "I'm sorry, I don't." "Well, I'll help you remember," Pity said with a smile. He then sung the familiar hymn, Amazing Grace. Bitter smiled and sung it too. "Everyone knows that classic," Bitter said, "but I am sorry I don't remember singing it to you." Pity turned off the main road
that would have soon turned gravel and led to Bitter's house. He turned onto a side street that stretched the northern part of town. At its end, the road led to an old wooden play structure on a seemingly forgotten park. Bitty stopped the car and pointed. "There's where we went for my 8th birthday," Bitty started. "Dad went away on business, and Mom was sick, so you and Grandma took me for the weekend. I was wondering if everyone forgot it was my birthday that weekend too, but you didn't." Before their eyes, a young Bitty started running on the playground, and a younger Bitter chased him. They were laughing. The sun was shining brightly above, and the playground seemed almost new. The young Bitter caught up the 8-year-old Bitty and held him in his arms. And then he saw her. Bitter saw beautiful Bitty's grandmother, sitting on a park bench, watching them both with glee. She had a picnic basket with her, no doubt filled with her delicious baking. Sweet things for sweet times, with sweet people. Bitter missed those dearly as he looked at the foreign memory with welling tears in his old eyes. This memory was a good one, shown him by a good man. Nothing like the rooms of terror the old man had shown Bitter before. This memory was a dream of truer times. And yet, Bitter was ever frightful for the coming waking nightmare. Surely sweet times did not stay as such. "It wasn't all bad, Gramps," Bitty said. "It never is." Bitter said nothing, but he put his hand on Bitty's shoulder. "Gramps," Bitty started again, "you are grateful." Bitter wept. "Come," Bitty said. "Let me show you another memory." Put the car in gear and returned to the main road. They turned north and drove for a while, heading for Bitter's house. Instead of turning onto the long, winding drive, Bitty took Bitter further. He turned down a service road that shouldered the farthest edges of Bitter's land. Bitter's heart shook within his chest. There, Bitty was taking him there. "Where?" Bitter asked. "Where are you taking me?" "You'll remember, Gramps," Bitty said. Bitter did remember, but he did not want to. It was a bitter place. Beautiful's grave. Bitty parked the car on the road's shoulder. Bitter saw the old man standing in the field, waiting for him, waiting to show him something or make him feel something old, something bitter. But pity led Bitter onward, taking no notice of Bitter's old man, for new eyes see not another's old man. An old dusty pine stood tall in a wide and lonesome field. The walk was long, and the sun was starting to set in the distant west. At last, the two silent men came to the foot of the tree, where a wooden cross was hammered into the ground. A wreath of roses hung on it still, although years dried and petals scattered by 1,000 winds of neglect. A wreath of thorns it looked to be now. "I haven't been here in too long," Bitty said. "Me also," Bitter said quietly. "She deserves more than a bitter old man. She deserves the company of that man who wore a crown like that." Bitter pointed at the thorns and wept some more. Bitty held him. "Grateful?" he said. "Remember?" The two suddenly heard weeping behind them. They turned to see a different colored sky and wildflowers growing where they once did.
A man knelt in the field, covering his eyes. A boy sat next to him, weaving together rose stems. Bitter and pity. And a third man was there, standing far off behind them, beaten. Pity knew the man well, although he looked younger than last he saw his father. This was another memory, one they all shared. The ground of Beautiful's grave was still freshly moved, and the cross had only just been driven down. Beaton walked nearer after the memory had already been long. Bitter watched his son put his trembling hand on his shoulder. The younger Bitter looked up and with haste stood and embraced his son. The two wept. Years of pain, years of bitterness, years of beatings, years undone by a moment of shared grief. The present Pity knew the undoing was only for a moment. He had spoken with Beaton recently, much later than the memory he now beheld. Beaton had forgiven Bitter that day, upon burying Beautiful, but as the years passed, Beaton had forgotten forgiveness, and in the forgetting of forgiveness, he clung to his hurt, and he became bitter. Presently, Bitter looked on at the scene as it began to fade away, leaving him and Pity alone in that field by that old, almost forgotten grave. "I am grateful," he said. Pity gasped and smiled. Yes, you are. I was bitter for my inheritance, and I was bitter for bequeathing it to my son Redemption. And my son, because of my inheritance of beatings and pain, became beaten. The story didn't stop there, Gramps, Pity said. No, started Bitter, now grateful. You say he is bitter now. Did he beat you? Was your inheritance the same as his? No, said Pity. He never touched me, neither in wrath nor in love. He was always a ghost in our home. I'm afraid that was my doing, said Grateful. We've all got an old man, Gramps, said Pity, but we've got a new man to take hold of. Sounds pastoral, said Grateful. Pity laughed. Well, don't call me that, he said with a smirk. Come with me. I'll show you one last memory. Now the sun was gone. It had left its remnant light streaking red in the sky. The two left the field and the memories and drove once more. This time, Pity took Grateful back into town. It was quieter than before. At the heart of the town stood a brick church, a healthy thing which hated evil and was hated by it. Naturally, or rather supernaturally, Grateful wouldn't see the old man there. Pity passed through the doors of that blessed building and found a spot in an empty back row pew. Grateful stood in the doorway, looking at the scene before him. Presently, a choir of men sung forth regal hymns in practice for the coming Lord's Day worship gathering. Grateful couldn't help but join in the chorus, and yet, as he opened his mouth, the church changed. The paintbrush of time came over all inside, and Grateful saw his younger self standing at the front. He stood with Beautiful and Beaten. Bitter, who would soon lose that name, had been smitten by the Almighty. He shared a testimony before the entirety of the lively congregation of how God had taken hold of him and changed him.
The minister presented Bitter with a lovely Bible and invited him to the rear of the stage. There, Bitter and the minister stepped into the waters of baptism, and Bitter was put under. Grateful came up. The water splashed to the ground, for these were large men, and the church roared in applause befitting of the house of God. Pity never saw this with his own eyes. He hadn't come into the world yet, but he beheld it now with his grandsire, for he had heard this tale many times. The legacy of the stories of God's hand upon a man's life are an important inheritance for the next generation. Here, Pity helped the grateful remember what he himself had been taught. It is far too easy to forget the glorious past when the old man comes around. Pity stood from his pew and walked toward Grateful to offer him an embrace. The memory faded before them, being replaced by the present choir. Grateful opened his mouth again, this time to join the singing. His voice was strong and deep. It rattled where others didn't, and soared where others couldn't. It was a rightfully handsome voice, the voice of a grateful man. Pity and Grateful returned to his home far into the night. The two shared a farewell and a promise of eggs and bacon in the morning. They lay their heads down to rest, Pity on the dusty sofa and Grateful in his lonely bed, although the place seemed less filthy now, and Grateful didn't feel alone. That which had been given unto him was restored, or at least reminded. Alas, Grateful lay down peacefully and breathed his last. Pity wept in the morning and far into the afternoon. After the lawmen had carried Grateful's corpse away, Pity was left alone. The house felt lonely. Finally, he found his way to that diner again. After all, his was not a morning without hope. Grateful's body would be buried under that old dusty pine in a grave next to Beautiful's, but his spirit would be on high in heaven, united with his Lord and reunited with Beautiful. What a blessed thought. Pity thanked God for giving him the chance to remind his grandsire of God's grace, and Pity thanked God he himself had a chance to remember his grandsire's face. But Pity began to feel a kind of turning in his chest. He thought of his father. He thought of Beaton. Long years Beaton had kept Pity convinced not to extend any arm to Grateful. Long missed years. Just then, the old man sat across from him. Not the old man that had sat there yesterday, his blessed grandfather. No, this was Pity's old man. The old man that surfaces at low points and guides the heart into further depths and further darkness. The same kind of old man that led Grateful to the bottle all those long years. "Let me show you something," the old man said. Pity wanted to say no, but the memory had already come. The old man looked out the window next to them, and Pity forcefully did the same. Pity saw himself and his father walking next to each other. What in reality was a quiet country town road became a flowing stream. The pair were alongside the coast of a familiar river back home, They were both men, and this memory was recent. "Don't go," Beaton said. "But I fear he will die soon," Pity said. "He is bitter. He is wicked in his ways." Beaton's face reddened. Bitter anger. "I remember hearing tales of him becoming grateful," Pity began. "I think perhaps he has forgotten. I wish to remind him. It may be the drinking again." "All the more reason to leave him be," Bitter replied. "He is a dragon with a spiked tail. To draw near to him is to be wounded. He is always this way." "I was once that way too, weren't you?" Pity asked. "Christ changes everything, and I wish to see if he has changed Bitter too." "If you go, you lose me," Beaton said as he turned and walked closer to the river. His sick heart was on his sleeve at that point. "If you say such," Pity started slowly, "I think I already have lost you, even if I stay and never go to our brother." "Our brother," scoffed Beaton. "He is bitter. He is no brother." That was the moment Pity recognized his father was no longer Beaton. He was now bitter. Pity said nothing. All he had felt then was pity. Pity for Beaton. Pity for Bitter. But presently, as the river dried up and became a slow street again, and as Bitter's frame dissolved into the misty wind, he did not feel pity. Pity felt Bitter. He had lost Beaton, now Bitter. But he had gained Grateful, yet for a moment, a mere day before Grateful left. Pity wept again. Why does God give sweet gifts only to take them back? Pity found himself back at Grateful's lonesome house. He slumped himself onto the couch and watched the dust dance through the evening air. He then felt something in the cushions that he hadn't the night before. He reached in and pulled out a dark bottle. God knows what was in there. The bottle clinked to the floor with a hollow thud. Pity had hollowed it. He had never done that before. Because of the men before him, he had never taken to the bottle. "You are one of those men," said a familiar voice. Pity looked around. With his now blurred vision, he saw the old man standing by a yellowed window. "You may think you're not one of your fathers, but you simply are. You are Bitter, one in a long line." Pity said nothing. He was fond of that response. The old man laughed. "Here comes the farmer." With that, the front door opened without a knock. "Thought I'd find you here," Bitter said. Pity looked up at his father, already weeping. Pity said nothing. His tears continued to land on the dusty floor. "Look at you, Tiny," Bitter began, "weeping for someone you didn't know. I knew him, and I won't miss him." Pity breathed heavily. "I'm not Tiny," he said. "I'm called Pity. You know this, Bitter." "Ha!" Bitter yelled. "I am as much Bitter as you are Pity. Now get out of my house, Tidy."
"This is Grateful's house," Pity said sternly. "In my father's house there are many rooms," Bitter said, "but none for the unfaithful. That's you, Tiny. You chose your side. Now leave." Pity knew there was no fight to be had. Bitter was too far gone in his pain to be reasoned with. "At least allow me something," Pity began. "Allow me something to remember him by." Bitter went into the kitchen and pulled a bottle from the fridge. He sat down on the sofa facing the door and started to drink. "Take one thing and then get out." This Bitter wasn't much of a drinker. His cruelty seemed much more thoughtful. Pity wasted no time and went into Grateful's bedroom. What could such a miserable man be remembered by? Pity's mind was still muddied by his drinking. He saw much and wished he had time to look through dusty photo albums or watch old tapes, but he had moments. At last, he opened Grateful's closet, and there, on the upper shelf, lay Grateful's Bible, the one the minister had presented to him. It was leather and a true beauty, but on top of it sat a black cloth, wrapping something tightly. Pity took it in his hand and knew the feeling. A revolver. Pity trembled. The revolver had 2 bullets in its chamber already. Suddenly, bitterness welled within him. A kind of bitterness that should better be called hate. "One for him, one for you," the old man said. He was sitting on Grateful's bed. "Your old man would be proud," he continued. "You were bitter for such a short time. Now you can be hate. Or is that not as tolerated by you as Tiny is?" Pity's lip quivered, and then in his drunken stupor, in his bitter anger, in his unbridled hate, he walked out of the room, down the hall, past the kitchen, toward his father, and shot Bitter in the back. The loud crack of the pistol filled the small house like a flash of thunderous lightning. Smoke poured from the small barrel, and Pity looked beyond it to see the fruit of his bitterness. His father sat still. Bitter was dead. Suddenly, a violent shaking took hold of Pity. He fled. Like the killer he now was, he ran out of the house and into the quiet field that lay ahead. After a while, his legs gave out on him. He fell to his knees. He should have done that a lot sooner. "Well done, Bitter," said the familiar voice of the old man. The sky was red with dark clouds and hidden sunlight. The air was stale and the ground dry. Pity didn't bother looking up at him. He knew by now he wasn't there. The old man was merely a shadow, some unholy concoction of the flesh and the devil. How Pity longed to hear the voice of the new man, but he had chosen otherwise. "Beaten is now at rest," the old man continued. "That is how things go. Grateful was once bitter, and then, when his son Beaten had had enough of Bitter's pain, he himself became bitter. And now that you have snuffed out his fire, he may as well be remembered as beaten. And now Pity is dead, and you are bitter, and hate. Bitter hate is your name now." Pity clung to the dust,
He dared not look at his devil. The old man would continue to speak. Pity resisted him. He only wished he had resisted him moments ago and hadn't pulled that trigger. One for me, he whispered to himself. That was what the old man had said the second bullet was for. If pity was dead, and he was now bitter hate, and perhaps that bullet was the best thing for him. I am a dragon, he said aloud. After all, my daddy was one and his daddy before him. How can I be anything but? Yes, said the old man. You are bitter hate, the next in a long line of dragons. You better put that bullet to good use. Imagine if you were to have a son. Surely he would be called damned, for no man can bear the grotesque reality of a bitter father. Find your father and his fathers before him in the grave. You'll be dust sooner or later. Pity wept. He clung to the earth and writhed, digging like an animal. He pressed his head against the ground and let his tears flow. Soon his head sunk into a muddy grave, and his body followed. His entirety was engulfed by the sorrow-made mire, a right slough of misery and hate for his self and sin. As he sunk deeper into the earth, deeper into his grave, life's air left him. Minute by minute, he breathed less until he nearly breathed his last. Pity breathed, a sharp and distressed inhale of life. His head jolted up and rested against the back of the couch. He sat there alone in Grateful's house with a bottle in his hand. It was not yet empty. His heart raced within him, and he cast the devilish liquid aside. The thick black stuff spilled onto the floor as the dust lapped it up. He stood instinctively and looked about him. Bitter was nowhere to be seen. He ran to the closed door and peered out the window. The sky was calm and blue. He was alone. Pity ran toward his grandfather's bedroom. The bed was empty. Grateful was still dead. Pity turned and opened the closet door. On the upper shelf sat the revolver, wrapped in black. He took it in hand under the cloth. 2 bullets. He put the gun back on the shelf, only to feel what it was set on. Grateful's Bible. He took that blessed book off the shelf and sat on the bed. There was a page marker set. Pity opened it slowly. It did his heart good to see that Grateful had spent time reading his Bible. The pages were well worn, some crinkled from where they caught tears. He read a portion that had been highlighted with many words underlined. And as he read, Pity felt his heart swell and soften. And he too wept, adding to his grandfather's tears. He read, "This I say therefore, and testify in the Lord, that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk, in the vanity of their mind, having the understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of God through the ignorance that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart, who, being past feeling, have given themselves over unto lasciviousness, to work all uncleanness with greediness. But ye have not so learned Christ. If so be that ye have heard him, and have been taught by him, as the truth is in Jesus, that ye put off concerning the former conversation the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lusts, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind, and that ye put on the new man, which after God is created in righteousness and holiness. Wherefore, putting away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another. Be ye angry, and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath, neither give place to the devil. Let him that stole steal no more, but rather let him labor, working with his hands the thing which is good, that he may have to give to him that needeth. Let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth, but that which is good, to use of edifying, that it may minister grace unto the hearers. And grieve not the Holy Spirit of God, whereby ye are sealed unto the day of redemption. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and evil speaking be put away from you with all malice. And be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God for Christ's sake hath forgiven you. Pity's eyes were not yet dry when he heard a knock at the door. After the knock, the doorknob turned. Grateful's front door creaked open slowly. "Hello?" called a familiar voice. "Pity? Is that you?" Pity exited the bedroom and presented himself. He saw his father standing in the doorway. "Oh, Father," he said. The two wasted no more time and embraced each other. Years of pain, years of bitterness, years of neglect, years undone by a moment of shared grief. Pity kissed Beaton's cheek, and the two wept. Sorrow can heal as much as it can destroy. Grace given to one can stir hate in another. Forgiveness is hard to give and easy to forget. Yet love covers a multitude of sins. In the darkened visions of Pity's hatred, where the old man spoke devilish thoughts, Pity had done the worst. He had let his hatred bring him to its bitter end. And yet, in his blessed awakening, before making such broken thoughts reality, Pity had reached not for the revolver, but for his grandsire's Bible. In that book, Pity found the words of life. Such is what it means to listen to and take hold of the new man. For in doing so, Pity had, by the grace of God, come not to his end, nor his father's end. Rather, he had indeed come to Bitter's end. This tale was written with more tears than I care to retell. And he said to me, "Son of man, can these bones live?" So I answered, "O Lord God, you know." Ezekiel 37:3. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me, and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. Psalm 139, verses 23 to 24. Amen. Thank you for listening to this deep and challenging book of dragons and men. This book has been inspired by great pain, mine and others I know and love. But it is my joy to convey to you, reader, not just the pain of this present life, but the healing, the healer of that pain. He is for his people. He wishes to heal you of the true ailment, the dragon, that wretched thing that keeps our world from perfection, and that very same thing which will keep you from eternal life and peace with God. He'll heal you and free you from that thing, that treacherous killer, that dragon, sin, if you come to him. That is the invitation of this book. Come. Come to the forest, God's wondrous land, Zion. Eat of the fruit of life, faith in Christ's sacrifice. Drink of the water of life, the nourishing word of God. Join his covenant people, his blessed church. Nail your sin to the cross, the great dragon within you. Be raised with Christ to new life in him, by which only can you live in a right manner before God. Hope in the heaven to come, through faith in Christ and Christ alone. All your pain and all your sorrow is ordained solely to magnify the work and sovereignty of Christ. So come, worship the King. Be forgiven. He will wipe away your tears, take your pain away, and defeat death forever. Finally, I will close with a portion of Scripture I read to a dear and beloved friend of mine who recently fell asleep and entered the heavenlies to continue eternity with our Lord. The first man was of the earth, made of dust. The second man is the Lord from heaven. As was the man of dust, so also are those who are made of dust. And as the heavenly man, so also are those who are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the man of dust, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly man. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible has put on incorruption, and this mortal has put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your sting? O Hades, where is your victory? The sting of death is sin, the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, knowing that your labor is not in vain in the Lord. 1 Corinthians 15:47-58.